textingterms.us/radio.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I am not your voice, but I certainly am a great platform to shine a light on unheard, unreported voices. In this case, this was a hearing that is not getting much play, a lot of criticism when it is covered. The Voices of the Vaccine Injured. That was the title of the U.S. Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. And there was a hearing that went into the afternoon, late afternoon, evening last night. And you heard from, for example, parents or those concerned about what COVID or what COVID vaccines, particularly mRNA vaccine, did to them. And then bolstered as well by testimony of a certain physician who talked about, from a medical standpoint, what we did not know, studies that date back several years that we're just hearing about. And in at least one of the studies, it was published, a peer-reviewed Lancet, it was published in the Lancet study, so giving some credence to this. Now, if you look at the headlines, let's say to the left, let's say MSNBC or some of those other, I say left-leaning, and I think I'm being generous here, broadcasts, they're saying that, these are more lies that are being reported. But in fact, I'll just ask you, judge for yourself. As we go through this hearing, it was a long hearing, it was emotional. And even one top Democrat talks about how he's touched by this, wishes he could have done something or could do something, but he was somebody who was silent. We'll get to all of this. So in this one, this is Ron Johnson introducing the hearing and talking about this hearing that was the Voices of the Vaccine Injured. This is what's going on. I'll begin with, let's start out with a mom, and her name is Sice. She's a mom who says what happened to her child, what she has lost, and it's unthinkable, in truth. Here is Sice, and these are her words. I'm not her voice. let's listen to Sice speak for herself.
Our next witness is Ms. Sice Marada. Ms. Marada is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Vaccinate Your Family, a national nonprofit. She's here today to talk about her son, Joseph. Ms. Marada.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sice Marada, and I am a mother who lost my child to a vaccine-preventable disease. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and share my story. In 2009, my 5-year-old son Joseph was a healthy kindergartner. He was a typical little boy who loved Star Wars and Spider-Man. As a family, we enjoyed playing board games and building puzzles. Joseph was smart, funny, and inquisitive. Simply put, he was one of the joys of my life. I was a protective mother, and like other parents, I always tried my best to keep my children safe. To be honest, the thought of losing a child to a vaccine-preventable disease never occurred to me. At the time, I incorrectly thought that these diseases were a thing of the past, until I lost my son Joseph to flu during the H1N1 pandemic in October 2009. This is a picture of Joseph. The H1N1 flu vaccine that could have saved his life was not available in our community until 2 weeks after he died. Joseph was one of 288 children who died during the 2009-2010 flu season, and one of over 2,700 children who have died from flu since 2004. Just this past flu season, 260 children have died from flu, the highest number of pediatric flu deaths we have on record for a non-pandemic year. And that's just flu. Right now, because of declining immunization rates, we have outbreaks of measles and pertussis. Due to mis- and disinformation, lack of access, anti-science sentiment, and other factors, Americans are continuing to die from diseases we have the tools to prevent. Parents continue to bury their children. We know from history what will happen if these trends continue. There is no acceptable loss when it comes to a child. Let me briefly share how my life has changed since losing Joseph.
So I'm going to interrupt right there just to say, because this is heart-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. And she shows, if you're listening and not watching us on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for being here and watching. If you're watching, you see little Joseph with his little orange sports shirt. What a cutie pie. And what she's bringing to light, and I purposely began with her, and maybe this surprises you, because Greg Stocker in his cut sheet had gotten to, talking about COVID and those vaccines on the other side, right? But this is not just a quote unquote anti-vax narrative. I wanted to broaden this out to point out to you that politically, whether it's a regime that does not want to admit certain things that are going on, or whether it's going overboard and the government forcing you, and especially children, to get vaccines that are only approved under an emergency level. Either way you look at it, we have a system that needs to be examined. And so she takes us back to the Obama administration. That's what she's talking. Her son died in 2009. I will say to you, and if you know me, and if you've been a longtime listener, you know that I've talked about this. And first of all, to Sice, I cannot even imagine the devastation, your devastation that continues with losing your precious little boy. But I remember this in 2009. I was still an anchor here locally in Philadelphia and had called in sick because I was sicker than I've ever been in my life. I thought I was going to die. And my doctor told me, it looks like you have H1N1, right? And this is bad stuff, but we are sorry, we don't have any treatment for you. So not only could it wasn't available at the time, I couldn't get a vaccine for it, but as well, the medication for it, they didn't have it at the time. And so they said, go home, make sure you're away from your husband and you're young. My little boys, they were young, really young at that point. And so they go home and really sequester yourself. I went in the basement and went in a downstairs bedroom at the time and just I thought I was going to die. That's how sick I was. I can't imagine a child getting this. But the treatments, but see, during this time, I just want to point out to you, the Obama administration, in my humble opinion, was poo-pooing this and was not talking about this, was not dealing with it. We didn't have the medication. We didn't have the awareness. And it was really, by some people say it was a pandemic. It has been listed as a pandemic, but you never hear about it. And I think it's important to recognize the failures of different administrations and as well how the media reports on it. Okay. So with the Trump administration, just fast forward and think about how Democrats clung, right, to the pandemic that happened under a Republican, under a very successful Republican, and how they embraced it and supersized it. And then how Democrats, I feel, used it to issue controls. Either way you look at it, it's dangerous. It puts us all in danger, right? And that's why I purposely led with, maybe you're surprised that I'm doing this. No. Let's look at every administration and the failures of different leadership regimes, right? Whether it's a Democrat, whether it's a Republican, let's be honest. But what Sice, what Mrs. Marada is pointing out is that there was information out there that she wishes she had had. But see, with the media narrative, they weren't reporting it because you know what? The president was really, really popular with the media, Democrat. It didn't fit the narrative. They didn't inform back then for little Joseph, for a mom. I want to point this out to you to say, follow your instincts. Don't look at the narrative. And I will submit to you that, I'm not anti-vax, if you know me. I've never been anti-vax, okay? But this is a serious situation that we need to look at, the politicization of the media, because they are complicit in every one of these situations, okay? Now I'll fast forward and take you through. And by the way, now we know that at least 130,000 people, dying from the flu. That was in the 24-25 season. So we know the flu is deadly. We don't talk about it. What happened to the flu during COVID? How did that disappear? Did somehow COVID just snuff it out? Or were some of the COVID deaths, flu deaths? I have no idea. I'm not pretending to know. I'm not anti-vax. You know what I am? I'm pro-transparency. I'm pro-information. Okay? But this mom brings up a great point, and if you know me, once again, I'll tell you, I've told you this before, how sick I was and what my doctor had told me, and there was nothing they could do to mitigate it because that medicine was not available, nor was the vaccine available for so many people that year. That was a failure under the Obama administration. Nobody wants to talk about it, but I say it's okay to talk about all of this because we should learn from our past failures and successes. All right, let's fast forward then, if you will. And by the way, you know what? I'm going to go to cut 4 at this point because overall, MSNBC is just saying about this entire hearing, after you just heard this mom, here's how the liberal media is reporting on this because they don't want you to hear from Sice. They don't want to talk about vaccines in general. So let's go to cut 4 and listen to how they describe this entire hearing.
There were anti-vaccine lawyers in the room that you could kind of overhear talking about something called the vaccine injury compensation program, which is this program that it's like vaccine court. It's how people get claims for the very rare vaccine injuries that do happen. Very rare. That court has been sort of flooded with people who've been turned away and their cases dismissed, many of whom testified today as a witness. But what was it like in there? It was super sad. Yeah. It was a bunch of people telling stories of dead or disabled children that in the most cases that I've researched that have gone through vaccine court, it's been proven that they weren't caused by a vaccine. But here they are anyway telling their sad story, and who wants to look at a mother in the eye and say, we don't believe you?
Right, and that's the point of the hearing. So there it is, right there.
I'm just going to ask you for a moment. Just think about the mom you just heard. She's pro-vaccine, right? And if a parent can make a choice, she's pro choice vaccine, right? She's not anti-vax, but why not listen to her? Why not examine all of this? Why not look? What's wrong with that? And why do they want to poo-poo it? So whether or not you want to look at bias by omission, which is the rest of the media pretty much ignoring this story, so kudos to them for covering it. But on the other hand, they're basically saying, oh, these sad stories. Oh, sad mom. And basically saying that this mom is being pimped, if you will. I would say, let's hear all of the stories. Let's look into this. Let's evaluate it. Let's investigate it. And by the way, let's look at the studies that were done. So let's fast forward now.
Just real quick to Polly Tommy. It's a shortcut, Dawn, but I think it really emphasizes your point. She was one of the people yesterday. She's Polly's all over this, really. She does a show called, she's editor-in-chief of the Autism File, founder of the Autism Trust. Here's what she had to say about what you're saying, Dawn.
Everybody sitting here, bar two, vaccinated their families with catastrophic results. Over 12,000 signatures on those two buses of death, death, death. When will enough be enough? How many more buses? How many more children killed? How many more injured adults?
And
here's a question for you.
Did she testify?
Yeah.
So she testified. Okay. I'm actually, here's the thing. I was going to go in a different direction. I want to take you through this, but this woman can claim death. There are people who claim that vaccines cause autism. I want to be clear, as somebody who has autistic children in my family, 2 of them down the shore in New Jersey. I have never said, nor do I believe, that there's a direct link between any vaccination and autism. I do not believe that. It has not been proved in a concrete manner. I would never say that. That is irresponsible. That is fear-mongering. You may hate me for saying that, but I want to be clear with it, okay? Because there are many triggers, right, that they believe in this, and I want to be proper on this. I do not believe that. I do not believe there is a direct link saying that a vaccine causes the singular cause of any child's death. That is horrifying to think about. That, to me, that is an irresponsible thing to say. You will never hear me say it, and there is no conclusive medical evidence of that. I want to be clear here, because I've argued with some of you on the air over this, but this is personal for me, because I have young relatives, and I've talked about Karamia is one of those relatives in New Jersey who I fundraise for every single year for many years, and you know this, and even before they were born, I was somebody who did major fundraisers for autistic children and to find some answers with autism. Okay, so I want to be clear, and I don't want to fearmonger. That's not what I'm about. I'm not anti-vax. That's not where I'm going here. I want to just take you through it and talk about why is it that the media refuses to open their minds to this, to investigate, okay? That's what we're talking about. The Lancet peer-reviewed study that was done that has been buried by the media and has not been reported. And this was a study that took place several years ago that's really questioning why we had to have certain places, like here in Philadelphia. I was told I could, and I know you're in this boat too, I was told I could not come to work in person here at my job where I am right now unless I got the jab. And so I went to the convention center, and a National Guardsman, and I posted the picture, gave me the jab. I had to go back a couple weeks later, and I got the second one. I got Pfizered, as I said. I never got boosted, because then later a doctor told me, Dawn, you know what? There's some myocarditis concerns, and you're really healthy, and you don't need to get the booster. So for myself, for my sons, they did not get the booster. My husband Larry got the booster. I never did. So I'm not anti-vax. I want to be really clear on this. But there's some data that came out of this hearing that's important. Most of all, let's be transparent. Let's investigate. And by the way, President Trump at the time in his first administration did something amazing. I covered this. And this was his son-in-law, Jared, who was in part of Warp Speed. I think that was fantastic. We've never seen something like that where they said, let's make it competitive. Let's get a vaccine that is available to those with, quote, comorbidities. The problem is that Democrat cities like the one I'm reporting from, Philadelphia, Democrats supersized this and they politicized it, and they said everybody's got to get it and everybody's got to shut down everything because we're in control. So if they had said you have a choice, look at the comorbidities. This is for emergency approval. And if you're somebody who has such comorbidities, like let's say you're fighting cancer or whatever, and you are really, really vulnerable, like elderly people, in a nursing home. And let's not put sick people in the nursing home, right? They did the opposite. It was crazy. But as far as making this available for emergency approval, I think that was a good thing. I think that was an advancement. The problem is they made young children get it. They forced it. And here in Philadelphia and across the nation, they said, hey kids, you can't go to school. You can't get anything until you get that vaccination. That was wrong. It was not approved for children. That's where I'm going with this. So let's just be smart about it. President Trump did the right thing, I believe. The wrong piece of this was Governor Tom Wolf at the time, shame on him. Governor Phil Murphy, oh my God. It was horrible the way that they shut us down. That was wrong. We cannot forget it. And Cuomo in New York, remember him? I mean, the blood of those who died, especially the most vulnerable in nursing homes. And I was one of the first people to play the audio in New Jersey of the then health czar who forced on that group phone call, and there were people from nursing homes saying people will die. Remember? Jody. Remember her? Yeah. So these Democrats, they supersized it, I believe, not looking at the facts and the information, but because it was a political coup, if you will. It was all about the politics and not about the people. That's where I want to go with this. I'm not trying to politicize this in any way, but I am not anti-vax. So I just want to take you to that. So let's move on now as we talk about, the science behind all of this. And I want to go to, let's go to cut 3 if we can. Dr. Brian Hooker sharing his own reality of talking about vaccines.
1 sec on that, Dawn. Why is
this is your cut 03E.
Yep. It's just not loading.
Okay, it's not loading.
Yeah.
So he's somebody who's against it, again, because he claims that his son was vaccine injured. And so, you know what? We're having some technical problems, and Phil, don't feel bad. Phil Almquist actually had some problems with the video. Let's take a quick break. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland on X. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So I've been talking about this, one of the peer-reviewed studies that was conducted back in 2022 found that 19% of athletes with an average age of 37 experienced a drop in their lung capacity just 1 week after receiving the same vaccine that I received, which was the Pfizer mRNA COVID shot. So let's listen in. This is Dr. Robert Sullivan speaking about this.
On the outside, I look fine. I returned to running, even to aerial arts. That brings me joy, but also unease. I've lost half my lung capacity. If I can look this normal while carrying that much damage, how many others are out there suffering silently? In researching my condition, I found the Georgetown scientist who predicted my specific problem. The very same month of the vaccine rollout, he warned that spike protein exposure, whether from the virus or from the shot, could harm the blood vessels in the lungs and placenta. Spike protein itself from the SARS-1 virus, SARS-1, also caused vascular damage in animals. I learned many hospitalized COVID patients developed pulmonary hypertension. Autopsies showed the same kind of lung vessel damage I had. Long COVID patients with persistent breathlessness have the same findings. As in my case, their symptoms improve, but the damage remains. We now know the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein can damage the lungs, heart, and brain in animals. It is toxic. irrefutably so. I know that's uncomfortable to hear. One study found athletes who got mRNA boosters saw drops in aerobic capacity equivalent to aging 5 to 10 years in just 1 week. Why is this?
This is a great question, and we need to investigate it. But I want to point something out, because this has gone viral, that he did state whether from the virus or the vaccine, ... that spike protein is toxic. So that's a key phrase, that the virus also. So it's not necessarily from the vaccine. It could be from the virus, but this needs to be investigated. I would point out to you that because it does not fit a narrative, the media does not want to talk about this, then they just omit it. Or when they do report it, they poo-poo it and talk about, oh, such a sad story from a mom. Either way you look at it, the media is complicit and they are wrong. Let us investigate. Transparency is the key to make sure this can never happen again, and also to make sure that we can find ways and incentivize our medical community and our researchers to try to heal this and fix this, right? That's the answer. 855-839-1210. I've got to go. We have Susan Crabtree, award-winning investigative journalist. You want to hear what she has just found.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything. jack of all trades, not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Some great investigative journalism at work as we learned more this week about what really happened behind those 6 Secret Service suspensions after the failures right here in Pennsylvania, Butler County in particular, with the attempted assassination of President Donald J. Trump, then candidate and former president. So I'll begin there and welcome in our award-winning investigative journalist, Susan Crabtree. You know her well, Real Clear Politics, national political correspondent, and as well, the journalist recognized with some prestigious journalism awards, such as just last year, the Dow Prize for Investigative Journalism. So you can find her at Susan Crabtree on X. Susan, great to have you here again.
Oh, I appreciate being on with you. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So I know that you broke the story. It was an exclusive as you took us behind the scenes as we thought about the commemoration of what could have happened 1 year ago with the attempted assassination of President Trump. The story behind those 6 Secret Service suspensions and the failures that happened here in Pennsylvania on that fateful day, July 13th in Butler. Can you take us through what you've found?
Yeah, well, it's basically the Secret Service is taking the approach that everybody's at fault, so nobody's at fault. It's a classic cop-out. And yes, there were multiple agents at fault, and even the hero of the day, the uniform division officer who's a counter sniper, who took out Thomas Crooks and made that kill shot, preventing Donald Trump from being killed and more people in the crowd likely from being killed. So that was important, but that individual counter sniper also was the supervisor on that team, and that team did not do a great job, to put it lightly, with their security plan. They were also responsible for not placing someone on that AGR building roof where Thomas Crooks got those shots off, and as well as the site agent and her team and her supervisors. But what I want to stress, and what not enough is not getting out enough, is those suspensions were a joke. They stink to high heaven. The supervisors in charge, the key supervisors, got big promotions and no discipline, and many the agents there and the counter snipers are taking the fall. That hero, that counter sniper hero, who was also responsible for the bad security plan, and there was trees in the way obstructing. He was not given any discipline, but his junior counter sniper was. It is a way to paper over the mistakes and say we can't fire ourselves our way out of this. That's what the deputy director said last week. But, tell that to Helen Comparatore. She needs some accountability.
And that's just it. I felt I just, pray for her, and her daughters, Susan, thinking about, as many in the media were saying, and I think a lot of people did not mean to disrespect her, but just the fact that they were speaking out over the weekend. There was a fundraiser over the weekend as well that weekend, but she's called for justice and finds little comfort in this. And I think people forget when they say, oh, well, God protected. I kind of cringe when they say God protected President Trump, No, but
Yeah.
I imagine this widow and her daughters think, well, what about Corey? What about Mr. Comparator,
Yeah, you have to get it. It always makes me uncomfortable when anyone says God is protecting someone but not somebody else. I mean, you think about there were deputies for Hitler who bombs were supposed to go off but didn't go off, and they were protected. So, that's a dangerous road to go down. I know Selena Zito, who's a colleague of mine we've worked together, a previous publication, overlapped on our time there. She has a book out where she does get into this philosophy with Donald Trump, which is his right to have, his relationship with God. My focus has been on what can we do to continue to prevent this from happening again, because it goes to our very continuity of government and democracy at its basic elements, the right to attend a rally without fear of having yourself killed and your family killed right in front of your very eyes. And so my focus has been on trying to hold the very secretive Secret Service accountable. I mean, I cannot tell you how many times they have prevaricated. I always try to say flat out lied one time, but maybe they didn't have all the information at their fingertips. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but they have spent an inordinate amount of time going after my sources, or trying to find out who's telling me the information, instead of having a press conference and going through in a back and forth manner with real tough questions, including me, having me there because they don't want to answer my questions. Have a press conference, outline the reforms that you've put in place to prevent this from ever happening again. I mean, I don't understand why Congress hasn't hauled up the new director and asked him questions about the reforms. We had to wait till the days before the anniversary of Butler to get any real information from Congress, too. And we did. There was a gold mine over the weekend. I spent my whole weekend reading those reports.
Well, I'm sorry for that. Kind of ruined your weekend, but do share.
Okay.
Speaking of gold mines, I do want to get to your book released this year. But as far as this treasure trove of information, what do you want people to know as far as what you've discovered and uncovered?
I want people to know that they put an inexperienced agent known for partying and putting her assignment selfies, taking selfies from her assignments, Secret Service assignments, including the one at Mar-a-Lago. I found it on her Facebook page shortly after the J-13. This is a very junior, unserious agent who had no business being in charge of the site security for that rally. And yet, it was Sean Curran himself who allowed that to happen, because he was the boss of the agency, of that detail, of the campaign detail, and now has become the boss of the agency. He's the new director. And even the White House, the campaign staff, I just reported this yesterday, it doesn't come off completely clean in this. They rejected farm equipment from being placed. The Secret Service recommended combines and other farm equipment to be placed in the line of sight in between the AGR building and the stage, and the campaign staff disagreed with that, and there was a negotiation, I guess, and basically they got their way, and there was no farm equipment there, and we can't prove that would have prevented this, but any kind of measures would have been, greater measures to protect that roof would have been worthwhile. And they were giving me kind of you can read the story, we'll put it that way. The White House gave me a statement yesterday saying they didn't deny those security assets. They didn't deny the farm equipment. So
but Susan,
we need to
let me just interrupt real quick to make a point that you point out in your investigative report. Everybody should definitely read it. But you point out in there that or I infer from everything you're saying, a more experienced individual would have not said, "Oh, nothing to do." Then, if they don't want farm equipment, a more experienced individual would then be persistent and say, "Okay, let's figure this out. Work with the campaign." So maybe it's not the big, huge, ugly tractor that's going to mess with the crowd and the photos, but there's something else, right? They would pivot.
Yes, exactly. And they needed to have that roof covered, and they didn't. And they're blaming the Leos. They can't force the Leos to cover it on the sloped roof issue was a joke. I mean, that's the biggest joke we've heard. But ever since even to this day, I've had people tell me, well, we can't force local law enforcement. There are extremely important partners, but we can't force them to get on top of a sloped roof. Well, did you try? I mean, did you? What? This is just. I was told it was maybe because it was hot that day. They didn't want to be on the roof, and the Secret Service agents didn't force them. Here's the deal. There's a cultural problem in the Secret Service, and it's been going on for decades. I've been covering it since the Obama administration when we had the Cartagena prostitution scandal and then the fence jumpers. They're not hiring the elite agents of yesteryear. It's not the type of agents that maybe you and I grew up in the 80s where, you looked up to them, this vaunted agency, line of fire. They were intrepid. They kept their business to themselves. You didn't hear about them partying in the evenings and going off with prostitutes. Even yesterday, you saw with Project Veritas, they came out, they nabbed a Secret Service uniformed division officer. They're like police that guard the White House, communicating with an undercover reporter he didn't even know, saying, "Come visit me at the White House. Look at me. I work at the White House." And they had pictures of him. This is not a surprise to me. There are hiring standards are being lowered and have been for years at the Secret Service, and it got exacerbated under Cheadle, the former director who was forced out after the assassination attempt, because she wanted to abide by this 30 by 30 pledge, having 30% women by 2030 in the agency. Well, that all sounds very nice and well and good until you see how the female agents perform that day on the ground. I'm faulting Sean Curran in some respects too. He deserves. It's complicated. He deserves some credit and some blame. He did not get Donald Trump out of there quick enough. He let him pop out. Now, that was that iconic moment that everybody loves where he said, "Fight, fight, fight." And the indomitable Donald Trump is, standing and fighting when his ear is bleeding, almost nearly was killed. But that moment should never happen under Secret Service protocol. They should have kept him down, and they should have got him off that stage in a horizontal fashion, and picked him up and got him off that stage as quickly as possible. Because what if there was a second shooter? What I'm saying is the standards have been lowered. I'm told that even worse lately, because after the assassination attempt, so many senior agents are so sick of the DEI and the failures that they're heading for the exits. And there's a huge retention problem and the brain drain going on the Secret Service. So much so that the incoming class, 30% don't have college degrees. And that has been the FBI. Everybody has to have a college degree to work at the FBI agents. So you can just see it needs to restore its vaunted image. I think they're going to have a hard time because senior agents are just angry about the cultural problems. There's a culture of corruption at the Secret Service. I've said that for years. It's continuing, and these suspensions show it. The senior supervisors that should have been protecting that, they set up that inexperienced party or agent. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it because I know too much about it. In fact, she was partying over this past weekend. I'm not kidding you. Okay? I have photo evidence of it. So while Helen Comparatori is crying her eyes out, you have agents saying, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault." She got the most suspensions, 42 days, the junior site agent, but her superiors, her supervisors who walked through and signed off on the security plan, they got nothing. They got big promotions. One of them is in charge of the inspections division now, who which is charged with providing accountability and integrity for all Secret Service operations. That's what he got out of it.
It's unbelievable. And we wouldn't know it. Thank you for shining a light on this. I'll just throw these topics out because I'm running short on time. Number one, the lack of that second autopsy, in other words, the incineration of an important piece of evidence, which was the body of the killer, number one. Number two, the water tower, the lack of the drones. I mean, we could go on, but if you could just comment on some of this.
Yeah, well, it was all very suspicious. And the fact that we don't know what was on his encrypted apps, Thomas Crooks, to this day. And the FBI is not cooperating with Senator Rand Paul, according to the recent report that came out on Sunday, about anything about Thomas Crooks. So, we're seeing, hopefully they will at some point. But Dan Bongino said he acted alone. So the drone situation, oh man, that was pathetic that day. And we know that the Iranian threat, there was a video simulation that the Iranians put out in 2022 that's showing Donald Trump being killed by a drone on a golf course.
Yes.
So not to have your drone system up to speed and operational is, unthinkable.
That's a great point.
Unthinkable when you know that was going on. So, yeah, the drone threat was so serious last year that at one point agents saw a drone out of the moonroof or the sunroof of the Beast that Donald Trump was riding in, and they shot at it. That's how bad the Iranian drone threat was last year. I'm not kidding. It's documented.
Unbelievable.
Documented. Absolutely happened.
Let's talk about Fool's Gold, and that's your book that just came out this year. What do you want people to know about? Because one of your specialties, obviously, looking at California's corrupt government. You've taken a hard look as the point of another investigation. Yes, I spent a year long with Peter Schweitzer's top researcher investigating it and investigating Gavin Newsom's record and where he got to where he was today. And he just announced yesterday that the book has a lot of information going into COVID, going into his ties to the Chinese, selling his wine over there while bringing in business that undermined our own dumped Chinese products and undermine our own suppliers and businesses in California and the rest of the country on solar and other issues, other markets. He announced yesterday that he was going to do his own investigation into COVID-19 and what worked and what didn't work. Well, that is a farce. You cannot, so he can control the spin. Mm-hmm. He's been trying to move to the middle. On the COVID issue, I was just tweeting about this morning on X. He is responsible for locking down churches and schools, allowing liquor stores and Hollywood, provided a Hollywood carve-out to allow them to keep production open. And guess what? Just strangely enough, Reed Hastings, the CEO of Netflix, that was given that carve-out, very close to the Newsom administration, give him donations in the past, gave Gavin Newsom a $3 million donation to fight the recall. And it was the biggest donation Gavin Newsom's ever received. So, yeah, he also gave $1 billion to a Chinese company to provide PPE to Californians. That they actually fell down on the job. The company didn't provide it, didn't meet their deadlines, and it can go. The book is full of these types of nuggets. There's lighter moments where we found out that he helps pay for his own bronze statue in the San Francisco mayor's office, and that he had his own episode of Athletic Stolen Valor. We called it Field of Schemes, that he says he got into college on a athletic scholarship, baseball, but we found out that is not true, that his dad's connections got him recruited for that team, and he dropped out within a year. And Jerry Brown, the former governor who was just exiting the governorship at the time, his first time,
Also, his recommendation accompanied his college education. When you know all these things about Gavin Newsom, you know that he's just performative. Mm-hmm. He thinks he can podcast his way to the Oval Office, and he doesn't have to provide any kind of good record and work for the people in his state. Yeah. And it's just. I would just keep an eye on him and read the book.
Susan Crabtree, and the book is Fool's Gold, The Radicals, Con Artists, and Traitors Who Killed the California Dream and Now Threatens Us All. I mean, just one chapter just on the wildfires and everything like that, the incompetence. So thank you so much, Susan. I could talk to you for an hour and pick your brains on all of this. I hope you come back soon. But thank you so much, Susan Crabtree. Really appreciate you.
Wonderful. Appreciate you too, and stay on it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Susan. So much to talk about here, but a great book, seriously, is, and it was cute. She says, all these nuggets of information, right? It's fool's gold. Talking about that, you love that. Talking about Gavin Newsom, talking about, and we played it earlier on Kale and Company, Dan, as far as, Gavin Newsom and pushing back on Joe Rogan, but Rogan is exactly right in asking these questions. I wish Rogan would have Susan Crabtree on, but perhaps is looking at her investigative work to get some of his, information, no doubt. So a great book. If you don't follow her, I suggest that you do. And she has a newsletter you can sign up with, but she's really a fantastic and not political. To be honest, she calls it like she sees it as far as where her investigation leads. And so, I think that right now her investigation does support Trump and some of what she's been looking into, yes. But as well, I think that she's a high-quality investigative journalist. So 855-839-1210 if you want some comments here. I know it's some of this stuff where we're going today is not fitting the narrative. Those of you say, Dawn always toes the line, and I don't toe a line. I'm honestly, me. I'm really calling it as I see it. And this is how I feel. And you can disagree with me. I love the conversation and I welcome in the conversation. So it's not that I don't want to hear those opposing voices. So 855-839-1210 at Dawn Stensland on X. Got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. This is big. It means top performance, cutting edge tech, unmistakable style with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra, to the all-new ADX Acura, delivering more for your drive and for your dollar. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com, for all those special offers because they do change up some of the offers. PIAZZA, piazzaacura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Man, there's some more breaking news and developing. We'll get to all of it around the corner. Your calls. Thanks for being here. I'm grateful to you. Be right back.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more. Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3. HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Live, local, a lot breaking. I'll get to your calls in just a moment. 855-839-1210 at Dawn Stensland on X. Locally, Philadelphia's Mayor Sherrell Parker is expected to hold a live news conference to talk about all the striking different worker, including District Council 47, which, of course, represents the white-collar workers that they're called, PPA, PHA, other agencies. And remember, our sanitation workers and all of our other great hardworking hands-on so-called blue-collar workers, they're still voting. And we'll see. Hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers, my garbage will finally get picked up. But other headlines as we look at what's going on, and we'll get to President Trump here in Pennsylvania yesterday. Boy, it's not really making big headlines. Wonder why. What a success here in Pennsylvania. So we'll celebrate that because I think it was a great moment for Pennsylvania, for AI, for energy, and nearly $100 billion. This is private money being investigated by, yes, Pennsylvania companies, but as well, we're talking about companies like Amazon. And then I'll take you through how Governor Josh Shapiro and the Commonwealth of PA putting out that news release saying, well, actually, this is not mentioning Trump or Senator Dave McCormick, but really claiming, I'll say, credit for a big chunk of that. So I'll tell you what that is. That's my little tease for you. And as well, we're talking about the Justice Department's latest claims about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to touch on it. I'm not going to focus too much on it because I know you're all sick of hearing about Epstein, but calls for transparency. And yep, this is from a Republican, House Speaker Mike Johnson. So we'll get to all of that. But yes, I want to get to your calls. Thanks for being here. Let's get to my friend Kathy in Bucks County. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, Dawn. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. My comment's a little off the beaten path today, but as I said to the producer, I just want to know when are the people that have caused all this crime are going to be held accountable? Because it just seemed like with Trump, if somebody did something right away, they were in jail immediately. But
Yes.
it just feels like it's a constant investigation on this, on that, the auto pen. I mean, you say, oh, I mean, our comment when we're talking is always, okay, they found that they did this, but they'll never be held accountable.
Yeah.
Nobody ever goes to jail.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Kathy. Thank you. I always love to hear your voice, and thank you for your call because you're a voice of reason. But you're right. Whether it's that, whether it's even, I know Senator Rand Paul, I reported yesterday, had renewed calls to bring into question Dr. Anthony Fauci when we talk about COVID and what he knew and what was financed and all of that. And we, in our instinct, and yesterday, Rich Cioli reporting live from that great economic AI summit, thinking back in the day, and we all remember Cioli, and in his funny way, of course, because he does that great Anthony Fauci imitation, but even this was very early on. And I'll never forget it. I remember, saying to him, it's like a Scooby-Doo episode, where, and, look, let's unmask. And who is the villain? Look, it's old man Fauci. And this was so long ago. I can't even believe we're still talking about it. Where are these investigations? And so it gets frustrating. I'll take you to last week, not even a week ago. It was late last week. And we were talking about what was going on in California with that cannabis farm owner who turns out the guy's worth a very wealthy multimillionaire. He's worth like $300 million, a donor to Gavin Newsom, the Democrat, right, and to a lot of Democrats. And this guy is being accused of hiring more than 300 illegals. And some of those workers have been proved to be very dangerous, convicted predators. One of them, convicted of being a pedophile and trafficking children. It's just sick. And then all those kids that were working there, that there were child labor laws, allegedly, I have to say allegedly, being violated. Where are the charges? Why isn't that guy, in a solitary confinement cell like J6ers were, right? They were immediately, including locally across the country, they did not have due process. And nobody was saying, hey, we should have due process for everybody. But today you see Democrats, right, saying, well, these illegals should have due process. But they weren't. Where were they when American-born individuals were denied due process for years? And then it turns out they would either plead out to a misdemeanor or not. I mean, some of them took some plea deal and they were let out as long as they pleaded guilty to something, even if it was the most minor offense. As long as they just said, I'm guilty of something, okay, well then you pleaded guilty to something, even though it's just a minor, misdemeanor offense, which nobody would ever go to jail for. That was how. So it just goes back to this idea that if you are a Republican, and in particular, unless you just say, oh, that Donald J. Trump, he's a horrible person. Oop, if you said that, then you were out. And we've reported on all of that. We can't forget it. Because the thing about it is, they'll go back to it. That's what we learned. They will go back to it. They're just biting at the bit to do so. So we've got all that going on. 855-839-1210. As we look at what else. Dan Borowski, as we look at... Hey, you.
How are you?
Good morning. Man, it was like this crazy busy morning.
It's a packed morning. It really is.
And then and I don't want you to feel bad because Phil Almquist, since the week, we've had so many technical problems, so apologies.
Yeah.
It's the Russians.
Yeah. Yeah, don't like when that happens, but had some trouble loading there. Well, I think it was more user error, to be quite honest, when looking back.
I don't know. We had some sound problems. We'll blame Tony Bruno. Because even Tone had technical problems. And he's in Florida.
Tony never has technical problems.
He never has.
Come on.
The legendary,
ridiculous.
Iconic. Tony Bruno.
So I was looking to see if we can get some audio, but it hasn't happened yet. Trump's waiting on the Bahrain PM, Prime Minister, to arrive at the White House. So we will have some footage of that when that happens. But I do have everything queued up for you, Dawn, now, if you wanted to explore yesterday's event with Trump here in Pennsylvania. Or you also mentioned Mike Johnson's commentary on Epstein, if you wanted to go that direction.
Let's go. I'll tell you what. Let's go to Trump first, because we haven't done a whole lot of this in the past 5 hours and 10 minutes, because I start on Kale & Company at 6 a.m. with the news, and we go from there. And there's oftentimes, there's so much to talk about, and there's so much breaking. So, yeah, let's review this, Dan. And you've done a great job of, advancing even Greg's cut sheet. So we have even more. It's Mo Betta, let's just say. So you want to take us?
Yeah, we'll go quickly to actually start with Trump at 1D. He talks about why they're here, kind of giving an overall direction for what they're expecting to achieve from yesterday's event.
We're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China, I have to say. We're way ahead of China, and the plants are starting up, the construction's starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone would say, where did that's been like decades, $25 billion, and that's peanuts compared to what it's. And it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel, mostly. And the rest is starting to kick in.
And by the way, speaking of tariffs, we're not going to do this now because we want to focus on what happened in Pennsylvania, but don't let me forget this, that there was a real turnaround by a major CEO that had once criticized President Trump for talking about tariffs, and he admitted and said it was important to admit publicly that he was just wrong. And because of all these numbers that have come in with tariffs and how it's happening, and now that he sees it, he says, you know what? It's important. Okay, I was wrong. A lot of people were wrong. Let's just admit it and move on. Trump was right, had it wrong. I thought it was, it takes a big person to say, hey, I just didn't think it would work. This has never been done before. And was, just praising Trump, giving him credit, but also just like taking that accountability. Cool. I celebrate that.
It talks about the specifics of investments here in the state of Pennsylvania.
Perfect.
Here you go with that one. Wrong key.
This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we could probably get them up. Let's talk to them right now. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible.
And that's the truth. And that's why, when you look at your local news, and I'm always monitoring all the local news stations here in Philadelphia and across the country. How come they don't talk about this? Now, combined with everything that's happening, actually, they're being credited with it's nearly $100 billion of new money, and this is private money. And what I thought of as we go to our next clip, but I thought about this today. I thought, when I think of the Biden administration, I just remember all the time it was we were giving money. How much money? Oh, look, Zelensky's coming here, or Biden's going there, or the Biden administration. Remember this and this is how much money we're giving. So-and-so. Remember when Biden went to Africa, for example, the continent of Africa? Oh, and we were always doling out money, the ultimate sugar daddy, but it was our money. It's easy to give somebody else's money. In this administration, it's the opposite. It's how much money that President Trump is raking in. He's always making the announcement, that amazing trip overseas to the Middle East. Remember that one? All this new money being brought in, raking in money. And these are private dollars. This is not our tax dollars being doled out to the rest of the world. So let's move on, Dan. And this is an example of work being done.
In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know the truth. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. $15 billion. That's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would go. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic.
Fantastic. So this was a great day. It was a proud moment for Pennsylvania, for Senator Dave McCormick, his wife Dina. I love that he gives credit to Dina Powell McCormick, he says, this was her brainchild. Say, let's have a summit. And to his credit, Senator John Fetterman was there, and as well, Governor Shapiro was there. And Governor Shapiro, I saw this morning, the Commonwealth, or yesterday actually, late, they put out this word that actually Governor Shapiro was the one. He's sort of, putting it out there that this is a joint effort with Governor Shapiro. Well, okay. To be fair, the Amazon, all those huge announcements with the Amazon investments, to be fair, Shapiro's administration was involved with that. And even McCormick gave Shapiro, credit that it was bipartisan. They were working together. So bipartisanship, but
come on. Yeah, Shapiro would really invite Donald Trump to Pennsylvania to speak. Yeah.
Well, Shapiro will admit to working with McCormick. He's not going to admit to working with or giving Trump any credit.
Yeah.
But, so I kind of just,
Can we hear from McCormick? Just
smile. Yeah, let's hear from
What's happening here today is absolutely historic. Your visit and your leadership has catalyzed $90 billion of investment in energy and AI revolution in Pennsylvania. $90 billion.
You have to admit.
Your presence and those commitments showcase Pennsylvania's story to the world. And today's summit begins to deliver on the promises that you and I made to the working families of Pennsylvania by creating many thousands of new jobs.
New jobs, and keep in mind as we speak about Pennsylvania and the past, and I've done a lot of reporting on this and interviewing investigative reporters who look at Pennsylvania, think about all the jobs that left due to the tough regulations. So we need to bring back these jobs. We should be number one, and hopefully we will be once again. Let's talk about tariffs, as we've given you all the numbers with them. Dan, are you going to OTB or 2C?
I think
tariffs.
Yeah, B's just a general thought. They're both pretty short, so we can probably fit them both in here.
Okay, let's do it.
Here you go.
Payments start on August 1st. The only thing that's really sacred about August 1st is that's when payments start. So they have to start paying billions of dollars to you and people. Are you a citizen of the country? Yes, sir. All right, good. You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus. We have a budget surplus of $25 billion. Everyone said, how did that happen? It hasn't happened in many years. It happened because of good management and tariffs.
And if you notice with Trump, and this is just a private sector thing, you never heard about the deadlines. You know, and yes, he has extended deadlines, but August 1st, this is when your payment is due. He talks about the deadlines, and he has self-imposed deadlines, which I think is a great discipline. Let's go now to, let's specifically talk about the tariffs on Big Pharma. And what
pharmaceuticals will be tariffed probably at the end of the month. And we're going to start off with a low tariff and give the pharmaceutical companies a year or so to build. And then we're going to make it a very high tariff because we got to move them in. Look, there's two ways you do it. You make money or you have them move here so they don't have to pay the tariff. Those are the two ways. The pharmaceutical companies are moving back to America where they should be.
And that's just it. Oftentimes you've heard me say, and I'm not alone in this, some of you have said this, you know, when we say China is the enemy, and I say, well, you know, that prescription pill you're swallowing every morning, where was it made? China. So I quite frankly, I don't take prescription meds, but if I did, I would like to know that my prescription meds are made in the USA, number one, and number two, that is incentivized within this to say if they're made in the USA, if they're produced here, then they won't have those tariffs. I think that's a smart idea. I'm going to break here because around the corner, you're going to hear a CEO, and this is a big deal. And this did go viral, so we want to just review this with you. A CEO who admits Trump on tariffs was the right way to go. I think this is a big moment, and then you'll hear because the CEO happens to be on a more liberal-leaning news broadcast at the time, and that reaction. So we'll take you there, and I think you're going to enjoy this little interaction as well as the admission that, yeah, you know what? Good for Trump. He was right on the tariffs front. So promises made, promises kept right here in Pennsylvania. You know, you've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. And I've been a Chapman customer for many years, as you well know, if you're a listener. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, this is the perfect time. And I'm going to tell you why, because Chapman is offering 20% off all siding. And that means whether you want the fiber cement or the vinyl siding. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they have you covered. Not just, here's the thing with siding. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and maybe you want to do a makeover, but this is not just for superficial reasons, because when you get this high quality, either the fiber cement or the vinyl, when you get that high quality siding, it means that you're creating this barrier around, a shield, if you will, around your home to protect it from all of the really harsh weather that we're having, and some of it's unforeseen, whether it's high winds. We're supposed to get hail this weekend. It's crazy weather, floods. So with over 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they complete every project with incredible and impeccable care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options, and they're gonna fit within your family budget, and that's important too. Don't delay. Take advantage of 20% off today. Experience the Chapman family difference for yourself. By the way, they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. What a wonderful thing that is. You can text them or call them 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right? Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what? That's what we just said.
Computrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrex.u.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is incredible. Once again, not making huge news. The White House put out a news release on it. Forbes picked it up, so that's good. But this is the Home Depot co-founder who says he's sold on Trump. This is Ken Langone, co-founder of Home Depot. And just listen to this exchange, if you will. And he's on CNBC. And why is he praising Trump? Listen in.
Look, let me tell you right now, I am sold on Trump. In fact, I'll say this. I think he's got a good shot at going down in history as one of our best presidents ever.
That is a real turnaround because you didn't want to vote for him.
I tell you the reason. I want to tell you, I'm a believer. What I'm seeing happening is absolutely nothing short of a great thing. And there's a beat. People are walking with more bounce in there. It's all around.
I gave you quite a bit of grief.
Huh?
I gave you grief.
You give me grief?
I gave you grief when it was a binary choice. You're still complaining about Trump and it was a binary choice. It's like, are you kidding me?
Knowledge implies one thing. When you made a mistake, admit it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this guy is turning out to be a president.
Like?
One of the pilots on that miraculous trip to Iran that we wiped out, whatever the hell we wiped out.
Right.
He said, you're the only guy in the presidency that would have done what you did. One of the pilots said that.
He's sold.
And you know what?
Wow. What an optimistic, nice, positive. Nobody's picking up. I'm sure everybody's clamoring at CNN. I'm sure it'll be Rachel Maddow's next guest, right? And so isn't that positive? I love it. So he's saying, and he at one point, by the way, had said he would not even vote. He was considering not voting for Trump. Okay, that's how much he's saying that he is just, I'm a believer. Now, I know you're a believer. I'm a believer. And I know my next guest is a believer. So we will get around the corner. We'll get to the beautiful, the one and only, beautiful and brilliant Maria Bartiromo. Hear what she has to say about our great economic summit, the big, beautiful bill, all of the above. She recently had dinner with President Trump, by the way. Maria is next.
The unsettled forecast continues with plenty of heat and humidity. Partly sunny today with a chance for some late day showers and storms, high up around 90 degrees. Tonight, muggy with shower and storm chances, especially early with a low 76. And for partly sunny, very hot and humid, some afternoon showers and storms possible with a high 94.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Thanks for being here this morning at Dawn Stensland on X. My next guest needs no introduction. She is a beautiful, brilliant anchor, global markets editor, Mornings with Maria, at Mornings Maria, if you want to follow her, if you're not already, at Fox Business. And, of course, her at Sunday Futures show, Emmy Award-winning journalist, broadcaster, the original money honey. Hey, Maria. Good to have you back.
Hello, Dawn. How are you? Thanks so much for having me.
And you know what? I'll have to mention to you, my husband is Larry Menti, because you guys, I think, worked together at NBC at some point. So I didn't know if you know that, but he said to say
That's right.
Hi.
I did not know that. Wonderful. Please send in my best regards.
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. You know, for somebody in the business, it's a tough business. I will say you have such a great reputation, impeccable reputation, and you're always breaking news. I wonder if you could take us through. I want to get to the Genius Act and crypto, but just your take on what happened right here in Pennsylvania, where I'm broadcasting from. It was Pittsburgh. I'm in Philadelphia, but just this first ever summit where President Trump attended, 6 cabinet members, Maria, and titans of industry internationally and locally. What do you make of? What's your reaction to yesterday's big announcement that came out of Pennsylvania about energy and as well AI?
Well, Dawn, I think it was such an enormous situation with all of the investment that President Trump was able to gear into America. I mean, he announced yesterday $92 billion of new investment. Companies like Google and Meta and Constellation Energy and CoreWeave and so many others announced that they were going to invest billions of dollars in data centers, in the powering up of AI, in energy, in technology, AI, all of the above. And, you know, all of those companies went there with the expectation that President Trump was going to once again herald in growth as a priority. And, you know, when you take a step back and take a look at all that we've been talking about and everything that we've been through in terms of the big, beautiful bill and the debate over spending cuts and how you're going to spend, you know, you're going to pay for this big, beautiful bill, I think so many people miss this moment in time, which is quite extraordinary. And that is about AI and the growth that will come from AI. And because of that, I think you will see much better growth numbers for the economy than anyone was expecting, because this is one of those dot-com moments. Remember in the early 90s, you had all these dot-com companies going public, and it was this new era. You know, anybody who had a .com at the end of its name, you know, was higher valued. That's where we are right now, because with artificial intelligence, it is changing things to such an extent and moving us forward to such an extent in so many ways that it's going to trigger new industry, new job creation, and we're going to need so much energy, more energy to power that up. There's going to be construction jobs, energy, oil jobs, technology jobs. And that's really what that was about yesterday in Pennsylvania, where all these companies went and announced investments into America, particularly into Pennsylvania, to support this huge new growth engine that is AI. We are, pressuring the grid, the electrical grid, and then we're going to need all these new trades jobs as well. We're going to need more electricians, more plumbers, more contractors. All of this is creating lots of jobs, lots of opportunities. I was also talking with another manager, a CEO of one of the major telecom companies, and he told me that as a result of AI, his managers who are running some of his businesses at Motorola now, Motorola makes the flip phone, and they also make a lot of technology for government agencies and national security. He said his managers are 25% more productive because of AI. Yes, that is going to mean that jobs are going to be cut, because if anyone sees that they're 25% more productive because of one technology tool, they're going to fire people, and they're going to. But it also makes the case that you're going to have new industries and creations of new jobs. We will need to be educated, and skilled sets are going to be more important, but you are going to see a much broadening out of opportunities in jobs. So I think it's all, at the end of the day, very positive, but I could understand why it would scare people initially.
Yeah, a little bit. You were also this morning putting out on X, talking about the Genius Act and doing interviews about, the foundation for all the other crypto. And so I think a lot of people, here again, I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with crypto. And people joke about where is the mountain where they mine the crypto, thinking like it's like gold or something like that. So what can we, what are you reporting on as far as that goes, the Genius Act, crypto, and why is President Trump really leaning into crypto because others have avoided it?
Well, I mean, look, the Genius Act is specific to the stable coin, and stable coin is not, like Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of these other cryptocurrencies. Stable coin is backed by the U.S. dollar, and the stable coin legislation, the Genius Act, is just that. And it's like, let's say you're overseas and you want to send money into America, you want to send somebody money overseas, or maybe you're traveling overseas and you want to buy something and you want to use your dollars. It makes everything much easier. It's like a direct, purchase right on the spot. So remember a long time ago when we were just figuring out, how to send mail, right? I mean, how to send mail overseas. It was a different process to send it, to get an international stamp versus sending mail here. And then all of a sudden email started. Now you can send an email anywhere. You can send an email to me right now in New York, or you can send an email to someone who's living in Switzerland. That's what they're trying to do with the dollar, where it's that easy, where now you can just send an email and it's incredibly easy to just get a message to someone. That did disrupt mail, obviously. You don't mail as many letters. You don't use the stamps. However, it's been so much easier for you to get a message to someone overseas. That's what they're trying to do with the stable coin. And the stable coin will be issued based on the number of dollars. So it is exactly like the dollar, only it gets clunky when you want to move dollars around. You've got to go through the bank. You've got to get the approval from the bank if you're going from country to country. So it was harder. It took longer. And this stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act, will enable that to be much quicker. I mean, that's the easiest way I can explain it. But there was some pushback yesterday, and that's why some of the senators, some of the congressmen, meanwhile, rather in the House, were not sure about it because they were not sure about the idea that the Federal Reserve could create a central bank cryptocurrency. So the holdup was that the Senate's stablecoin bill did not include a ban on the Federal Reserve issuing a central bank cryptocurrency. The House included that prohibition, that it was banned for the Federal Reserve to start its own central bank cryptocurrency. And the reason that that's important is because that's what China has. China has a regular central bank cryptocurrency. And the word is that China uses it to spy on people, that they know what you're buying at all times. They know how you're spending your money, and that's not the case here in America. First of all, the Federal Reserve is not going to start its own central bank cryptocurrency. But the senators wanted, the House wanted to make sure that there was a ban on doing that because of the surveillance threat. And when it wasn't in the Senate bill, they said, well, why isn't it in the Senate bill? It's in the House version. The House version is called the Clarity Act. And it was in the Clarity Act, but it wasn't in the Genius Act. So that set people back. President Trump spoke to many of those people and I guess calmed their fears about any surveillance. But that was one of the things holding it up.
And in a way, what I infer from what you're saying, Maria, it's in a way combating like the swamp. I'm just trying to shorten it, but essentially to create an alternate, source where people, it kind of feels like cash, where you're paying in cash, where you're paying in crypto. In other words, you can trust it, but it's not like anybody is tracking you electronically.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And if you have a central bank cryptocurrency, they feel that it can be tracked. Whereas because the stable coin is backed by the dollar, it doesn't have that tracking threat. Now, the other thing is they're buying treasuries. And there's this enormous, the Genius Act also includes when it's backed against the dollar, there is a need to buy treasuries. And there's all this demand that's getting stacked up in terms of buying treasuries. So that's another reason that the lawmakers really like the Genius Act, because it also sort of gives you an embedded support for treasuries.
I know you had, I think, Don Jr. on this morning fairly recently. You had a dinner with President Trump. You're somebody who you've reported on this. You're award-winning as a financial journalist and, like I say, the original Money Honey, which I remember well. You're sort of recognized for your beauty, and now I think you're recognized for the beauty within, the brilliance, right? And have lived that journey. You've known the Trump family, I think, from New York for a long time. What surprises you about this family, especially Maria, as we come, 1 year later with what happened here in Pennsylvania in Butler, PA, with that assassination attempt?
Well, I mean, let me just say first that I did not know President Trump very well until, he ran for president. I mean, I knew him a little. Okay. I used to have him on my show on CNBC as a real estate executive to talk about real estate. So I knew him a little, but I didn't really have sort of a friendship in any way. But what happened to me was when I saw the unfair treatment that he had faced as a result of all of the lies. When I got to Fox, I covered business for 20 years at CNBC, and I was at CNN before that for 5 years as a producer off, on the background. But when I got to Fox in 2014, it was right before he came down the escalator to announce that he was running for president, and right before all of these rumors started that he colluded with Russia. And I, got right to the point, got right to the nucleus of what was important, just the way I did on Wall Street by going on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I went to Congress. I figured out who I needed to get to know. I have a great gut in terms of who I can trust. And I met Devin Nunes and John Ratcliffe at the time. And I started having them on every week. They were on my Sunday show every single week to poke holes into this whole idea of Russia collusion. I had been to Russia many times when I was covering business at CNBC. I knew that as soon as you enter Russian airspace, you can't bring your phone. I was told this years ago, don't bring your phone because as soon as you enter Russian airspace, they have access to all your stuff. They've got your Rolodex, they've got your emails, they've got your calendar, everything. So bring a burner phone. Like, I knew this for years. So I knew that it was Russia that was undermining the West in many ways, and it had nothing to do with Trump. But I knew it for sure after meeting Devin Nunes and John Ratcliffe. So when I knew the truth, that, oh, well, this was just a lie. This was just made up. So this is just one political campaign trying to take down another political campaign. When I figured that out, I said, oh, my God, this is such a huge story that I just uncovered. I've got to yell this from the rooftops. I've got to tell everybody I know about this. And when I did that, I got so slammed in the media. I couldn't believe the way the swamp came after me to shut up. They wanted to shut me down. But I wasn't doing this because I had some relationship with him. I was pursuing truth. And I said, listen, this is not true. I have to pursue truth. I have to get this out there. Little by little, I realized the unfair treatment that President Trump was facing, then candidate Trump. And that's when I really got on board. And I said, you know what, this is not right. I have to make sure to make sure to put the truth out there. And I need to make sure to show who this person is. Then I got to know the Trump family much better. And today, yes, I do know them very well. And what surprises me is, number one, for the family, how family-oriented and so much love there is in that family. I mean, they stick together. They're supportive. He is truly a grandpa. He loves his grandkids. He loves his family. Look at this beautiful family that he raised. They're business-oriented. Yes, Don Jr. was on today talking about his, business. Eric is running the Trump organization. They're both very business-oriented. Their kids are also young, but also with an eye toward business. And they are very supportive. I mean, President Trump has been married a couple of times, and they all love each other. And, the ex-wife is at dinners with the new wife. And, the ex-wife knows Melania and respects her greatly. And Ivanka, would also respect his wife, Mrs. Melania Trump, who's incredibly wonderful. And Ivana, was also, they were divorced, but she was she would do things that would support her family and support President Trump. So I think that's something that's very striking. I mean, as you gain wealth and gain influence in this world, it's harder to stay humble. But guess what? They have. And as much as President Trump has this ego and talks about himself and what he has done, he's actually quite humble when you talk with him one on one, and he's a family man. So for that's one of the best things I could say about the family. The other thing that I could say about him is that the pace that he operates in is just extraordinary. I mean, can you imagine? We've been here watching him now in his second term for 6 months. Look at all the things that he has gotten done. And look at this pace with which he operates. He has not had a day off. I mean, sure, he'll go on Sundays and maybe play golf sometimes, but he's working there too. He's with senators, he's with colleagues, and he's working. So I just think that the treatment that he has received from the mainstream media, from the swamp, from all these people who tried so aggressively to stop him, is all because they knew how effective he is. And they knew that actually he's going to put a fresh pair of eyes on government and try to figure out how to make things better for the American people. They didn't want things to change because they had their claws in government and were making money and getting influential and getting more influence, and they were great with that. They didn't want that to change. And when I look at some of this mortgage stuff that we're talking about, whether it's Letitia James, the charges against her, and on these new charges against Adam Schiff, I say to myself, well, you know what? Not only were these people inept, but they also may have been committing fraud. I don't know. They both denied it, so we'll see how this plays out. But the bottom line is there's a reason that, he had all these attacks, all these lies, and then 90-plus indictments? Look how aggressive they were in trying to stop him. And look at the first 6 months. What a great job he's doing.
Yes.
It's incredible.
I agree with you. That's so true. What's coming up tomorrow morning? You want to do a tease for your show tomorrow?
Sure. We got a big show. Tomorrow I'm going to be talking with a number of senators. We've got Dave McCormick to talk more about what happened in Pennsylvania. We're going to look at we've got an executive from Palantir Technologies doing one thing that I'm really into lately. This is the chief technology officer at Palantir. I'm into defense tech. Because now that you see what the agenda is out of the Trump administration and the focus on national security, you realize that investing in defense is a smart idea. And so, we've got things like drones and surveillance and all this other stuff that's defense related. And Palantir is a big investor in there. So we're going to speak with the chief technology officer of Palantir tomorrow. And of course, we've got retail sales out. We'll get a check on the economy and retail sales. And I'm also speaking with the head of Booz Allen, which is a consulting firm. So we'll get a sense of how business managers are viewing the president's trade and tariff agenda as well.
Maria Bartiromo, thanks again. Always love when you're on. Love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too. She's wonderful.
She truly
and what
is.
a hard worker.
I don't mean to jump in here, but
Yeah.
I always love to kind of point out when you have a guest who's just absolutely wonderful behind the scenes.
Yeah, positive energy.
And just that positive energy she brings to this interview is, I just think that's her as a person. She's just a wonderful individual. She really is.
And Dan, that's her, Larry talks about her because he was at NBC for a while. So that's her reputation. Everybody who's worked with Maria over in television just talks about just professional, just great to work with, really humble, and and always looking to what's next.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love her, and she simplifies it. With crypto, thinking about the Genius Act, what is that, and putting it into layman's terms, not easy. So.
Hell of a show tomorrow too, with both McCormick
Yeah,
and
she's
Palantir.
McCormick, yeah.
McCormick local ties. I love that.
Yeah.
Love it.
Even got the local angle in there. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here today. I know it's a little fast-paced today because we have so much we're trying to jam in here and all the developing stories. And, be safe as well before I head to break. Today, the heat index is like 105 degrees today. It is like a swamp. Speaking of the swamp, it's like swampy air, the only place we'd ever want a swamp or not. Be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you have an unpaid debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-506-6012. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-506-6012. 800-506-6012. That's 800-506-6012.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits and that interest will earn more interest. My money is still protected by the crash-proof retirement system. And that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Locally, the biggest story for us locally is just the oppressive heat and all of these health warnings, National Weather Service warnings, because the feel-like temperatures, as they used to say heat index, the feel-like temperatures feeling more like 105, 110 degrees. So that is incredible. And as Maria alluded to, we'll get to, tomorrow morning we'll start out with all of the latest economic information. And there is word, it's getting stronger as far as the news that President Trump is apparently leaning toward firing the Fed chair, who he originally had hired in his first administration. So will the Fed chair, will Powell be fired, and will it be sooner rather than later? This word is coming out of the White House. And speaking of which, he's now holding meetings with another prime minister. And this is the record pace at which this president works. For you, for me, for the USA, a lot of positive news economic-wise as we look to what's going on in Philadelphia. And we'll continue looking at the Brinks armored truck worker who opened fire on those guys, attempting to rob him. That's a huge story in Philadelphia that's making national news because we've seen these armored truck heists going on across the city, and there is believed to be, by my sources, saying, yeah, it looks like this is these are connected. But for this one truck worker, he's not going to let it happen on his watch. Open fire on the bad guys. So what a day in Philadelphia. The Dom Giordano show starting now. Dom, there's never a dull moment with all the breaking news.
Of course, Dawn. No, and Kim Ward will be here, the president of the Senate. She was at the big summit, but she also has a lot to say about Stacey Garrity. And Doug Burgum says everybody, because of AI, should go into the trades. I'm not in that camp. I think let's not go overboard here with it. I see AI as more of a competition so that we don't get left behind, but not a panacea.
I want a robot that will clean my house and do the lawn. How about that?
Edge the lawn, too?
Yeah, the edging is very important.
Edging with row, you know?
Very important. That's all, just edge. They don't have to cut. Yeah. Could be a jungle, just as well-edged jungle.
The Dom Giordano show is next.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Get ready to feel the funk because the legends are back. Tower of Power is bringing the soul, the horns, and the unstoppable groove to Rivers Casino Friday, August 1st. With over 50 years of signature soul, they're still delivering unstoppable music that'll get you on your feet. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and we'll see you at Tower of Power.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall. Earn resort credits and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby, or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same-as-cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
That's right. It is Dom time on a big day here. Got some great people stopping by. Wonderful side question. What do these two things have in common? We have a representative from New York trying to codify the president's executive order banning the federal government from buying paper straws, the paper straw. And the other, I spoke earlier this morning to Corey DeAngelis, who is the chief school choice person extraordinaire. And due to his efforts, this was secretive. He got it out first. Remember last week, he got out what the NEA, National Education Association, and the crazy woman who's their president were plotting, saying Trump's a fascist, you're a fascist if you support it, misspelling fascism. And we're going to muster America's school kids against this, among other things that they put out. Well, here's what they have in common. People are tired of the elites, of the progressives telling them, based on some Boy Scout who made it up, in my view, and I went back and researched, that we're using 1 billion straws a day and killing everything with them. They want to use a proper straw. Just give me a straw. We shouldn't have to go through an FBI background check to get a straw. With the NEA, the news is this. Marsha Blackburn and somebody in the House are poised to take away the charter, the congressional charter of the NEA. In other words, think of the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. The NEA is one of the few, I'm told, or maybe the only, that got this charter blessed by Congress. It's rare. It's like saying, wow, these are America's teachers. If that gets taken away, it may have a little bit of financial difficulty, but it is going to be a shot across the bow. The teachers union, the NEA particularly, and the AFT, they're enemies. They are the enemies of the people. They're the enemy of parental rights. The woman who's the president of the NEA is the enemy of sanity. And they just think they're going to continue to go down Broadway doing whatever the hell they want and suffer no consequences. That's the attitude. They've gotten away with it up until now. So taking away the NEA charter is a big deal in that America, through its representatives, is saying, we've had enough of you, teachers. Do something about your union. Do something about people who hate parents and parental rights. They think they're the experts. They're progressives. They're activists. And that's all that it's about. So any teachers listening, 855-839-1210, you can get in. I'd like to take away in Jersey the NJEA. Jack Chettarelli, get on that. I don't know if they have a charter. I know by teaching there, they just take your dues right out of your paycheck. You don't send it to them. You have no say in it. You have to pay it whether you like it or not, and it's taken right out by law. How do you think they ran a guy who came in last for governor, and they spent over $40 million on his cause in on a primary race? My God. So taking away the NEA charter is a big deal. Now, I'm going to get on to, look, I think what Dave McCormick did yesterday is great. I get the need to some degree with AI. Are you, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm more troubled by AI rather than seeing it as a panacea. I am not a fan of us marveling. I don't marvel at the machine. I don't marvel at the computer and all that. I marvel at what human beings can do. When we saw on Jeopardy, what was it, Watson? I don't know if Watson was playing Ken Jennings or somebody else. I think it was somebody else. I don't like Ken Jennings, but I think it was somebody else. I was rooting as hard as I could that Watson would blow up. It didn't happen in baseball's classic last night, as far as I know, with the computer system. But here's Doug Burgum, former governor and now the chief, the energy secretary. Here's Burgum yesterday from the summit telling us, don't worry about AI. It'll be able to code, but everybody should go into the trades and be making $150,000 a year. Now, I'm happy that in years I've been in talk radio, we've seen the pushback against everybody go to college. We know how disastrous that was. And one of the best signs is a lot of businesses are not now saying you must have a college degree in order to apply. It used to be at CBS, then Odyssey. You had to have a college degree to be a salesman. Why? I want great salesmen. I don't care what they did in college. Well, it was put in as a bit of a hurdle to say that somehow or another you stuck it out, you got through college. That tells us something. Here's Burgum, though. Tell me if you share this, coming off all this with AI yesterday, this panacea, and Burgum telling everybody to go into the trades.
What would you say about this, John? Well, I think with AI, as Howard and the president said, we're going to need more workers in this country because President Trump, as the greatest economic developer that this country's ever had, has brought back this record amount of foreign direct investment and a record amount of U.S. investment going back into job creation. But the mix is going to change. AI will take jobs away, like software development, because AI can write code, but AI can't wire a building, do plumbing. I mean, if kids go into the trades today, they're all going to be making 150 grand, and they'll have amazing lives, build companies, start businesses. I mean, this is part of the boom of America, because middle class, working Americans will never have had it as good. They have lower taxes, lower regulation, and more opportunities to go to work to build things.
We need people. We really need, because we're building so many factories in the country, and so AI can help with that. But what also is going to help are going to be robots. You know, the robots, I think, are going to be a big deal, and that's going to help also.
All right, the robots. Again, with this whole thing. All right? Come on now, in that deep recess of your mind, are you kind of skeptical, as I am, of this, or more than skeptical? Come on, let's not overpromise. We got to compete with the Chinese on AI. The best example I can give is the driverless car. Henry, I was in one in Austin. I am not getting in one. I resent the whole idea, and I just am skeptical of it up and down the line. And the overpromising on it or dependence on it. Look, what Trump has done, luring money back, the commitment in several fields is enormous. Probably no president that we've ever seen. Almost definitely no president on that front. But with the AI stuff, let's pump the brakes a bit here. All right, the Senate votes today on stripping the federal funding of NPR and PBS. NPR is more bothersome than PBS, but I'll talk about both of them. And what's PBS doing? It's hiding behind Mr. Rogers. It's telling us Mr. Rogers came through PBS. Have you no shame? Like the guy over here in Philadelphia. I forget how much he makes, the president of the PBS here. It's a lot in a non-competitive field. They're not competitive. They don't have to sell advertising or do whatever. They beg for money and they get it from the federal, state, etc. I think they're going to be cut today, both NPR and PBS, and hiding behind Mr. Rogers is not going to do it. All right, let me give you the side question today. Henry tells me it's International or World Snake Day.
Yeah.
So we are looking for somebody snake-like. Not that they necessarily look like a snake, but their activities are snake-like, treacherous, scheming. So I have to take off the board before you call. We got to take Lucifer, the devil, off the board. Come on now, you're not going to win with that. And when you think of Judas, I remember in the Mel Gibson film, they have the snake when Judas betrays, the snake tempting him. It was the snake in the garden. Suddenly you had to put on clothes. It was the fashion industry. They rigged it. All right, so I'll take that off. I'll take Machiavelli off.
Oh.
I mean, Machiavelli is essentially coaching people up to be snake-like. That's what his deal is. I don't see Machiavelli saying, yeah, this is for the public good. Tell them that, but it's not. All right, I have another one, too. I'll save that. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I got to go with the low-hanging fruit in terms of snakes and movies, and it's the obvious one. You broke my heart, Fredo.
Oh, yes.
Fredo Corleone, obviously from The Godfather, betrays the family.
Let me make the case for Fredo. Isn't he more weak, more than snake-like?
He's definitely a weak-willed man, but he still went against the family here.
Yeah.
And then
I'm smart. Nobody asked me. Send Fredo.
Oh man,
that's a good one.
Yeah, and then the other one I'm going to take is quite literally like a real snake person, and that would be Cobra from G.I. Joe.
All right, that is the real. Okay,
thorn in the side everywhere you go.
This is a great tag in. We don't know Dan's status here a little bit, but we're not going to do the father thing today until he's ready. So we'll get to that. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. So NEA, take away their charter. I know you're saying that's, and the straws. Yeah, it's inch by inch by inch by inch rolling back the type of stuff that's been done that's so irritating. Why should the NEA have the Good Housekeeping seal of approval when they're rotten in their mission to educate Americans, when they kept kids out of school, when they have a woman who really, her public actions are deranged, who's the president, and where they tell us they're just going to go to war with Trump? That's their mission for this year. And they can't spell fascism when they're opposing fascist. How in the world did Congress give them this federal charter, meaning, yes, we support this union, second to none? As far as we can tell, few, if any, have that. It is the country saying, oh boy, this is the greatest organization imaginable. So I'd love to hear from teachers. How in the world have we gotten to this point where they're the enemies? That's exactly what they are. At least Randy Weingarten is smart, cunning. Some would say snake-like. Becky Pringle's not. She's just nuts. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless coming to your calls immediately. Just push pound 1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. All right, somebody who is a snake, treacherous, snake-like, World Snake Day. Never done this one. Jump on board with that. I'll take Brutus off, too. Et tu, Brute. Brutus, for all time, you're in there. Now, maybe Caesar deserved it. He was a dictator, but et tu, Brute is there for you, buddy. Yeah, that's what you know. You can tell if a person is knowledgeable. You go et tu, Brute, and they keep stabbing you. I don't care what you're saying. All right. I just see this at the Inquirer. They did a neat piece on the rise in billboards for personal injury lawyers over the past few years, and they're enormous in the amount of money spent
all over the place
on SEPTA. And they asked a silly question, Philadelphia Inquirer. You wouldn't like the answer. Why is that? And what do they go off? Well, they go off the trail. They go to Morgan & Morgan. That guy's spending, I think he spent $218 million in advertising. Can you imagine, nationwide? They go down that path. I'll tell you why. Because Philadelphia has been voted the #1 judicial hellhole in the country, meaning you stand a better chance if you're a criminal on trial. A Philadelphia jury will have sympathy for you. But if you're a poor doctor, lawyer, Indian chief that gets pulled in and they can nail you, they feel they're sticking it to corporate America. They are the worst in the country. I remember there was an unfortunate accident. A girl fell through. She stood up or something like that on one of the rides. Maybe it was the Ferris wheel at Maury's. And somehow or another, as I remember it, they got that to be in federal court here in Philadelphia. It's like, oh, man, right there. All right, settle. Get the money back. Put the Brinks truck there. How in the world does something in Wildwood end up in Philadelphia? I know some business people I'm friendly with, they won't even have, well, you're losing money, aren't you? I don't want to ever have any tentacle of my business in Philadelphia. Because if you do, they'll drag you in. They know it. But it is amazing. Which one is the worst? You don't have to say the name of the attorney. The guy with the fake plastic phone and a pile of cash. And most of them are on 95. A great number of this. The expressway ones are unbelievable.
Yeah, there's that one guy that stares at me every time I come over 95 North, or 76. And
does he have anything in the ad?
No, it's just him with his arms crossed, and it's TDOG law.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to explain. Yeah,
no, that's fine.
They're all over the place, these billboards.
Yeah, 95 is the principal one. But
I just wonder after COVID, because a lot of them used to be restaurants and strip clubs, right?
Right,
and I wonder if coming out of COVID, if those that had the expenditures available really were just these law offices, and since then they've been the #1 clients of these billboards.
Yeah, I think they've been for a pretty long time. They're on steroids now, though, and the reason is Morgan upped the game by how much he was spending, and he realizes Philadelphia is going to go. I mean, I was in a jury case. I got kicked out as usual. You know, I got kicked out once by the defense attorney, prosecutor, and judge, and I'm proud of it because I was honest. And soon as I heard who, I have to admit it, I'm not going to say the name. It was one of these big chains, wasn't Morgan & Morgan. That was the attorney for the plaintiff. I immediately go like, nope, I don't care what. I'm not going to go down that path. All right, 855-839-1210. Tony. No. Okay, no. Come on. Yeah. Who made that up?
That's a meme. That's
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, he started the arms race, but some of these other ads, they are not. They stretch the boundaries. There's one criminal attorney who says a reasonable doubt for a reasonable fee. I think it's on his card. I mean, this is what you're dealing with here. So the Inquirer asks, why so many? And my answer is because they know Philadelphia, personal injury, what's going to happen. They want to get into Philadelphia. Tony and Delco. Hey, Tony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, boy, that last bit makes me want to almost change my answer. I work for a local company, and we suffer a great deal of theft.
Right.
And we've closed a bunch of our stores because of the theft. And the reason being is we can't deal with it because of the litigious nature of this area. And we're so afraid of getting sued.
With shoplifting, that is one of the number one thing. First of all, you have Krasner allowing it officially. Then, if anything goes wrong in grabbing someone involved in this, that's going to be trouble in Philadelphia. It's hostile.
That's correct. That's correct. And you just named what would have been my local person for the biggest snake. But I think the guy behind it all, and behind it all nationwide, would be George Soros, is the biggest snake that we have.
All right. Thank you, Tony, very much. We'll put that down on the list. 855-839-1210. You get a line. So who is snake-like coming on World Snake Day is what we're looking for. And 855-839-1210. I played you that of Doug Burgum. I just think the whole AI thing is overblown. I'm more suspicious of the downsides versus how wonderful it is. You see some of the things people rely on for AI. Am I going too far and said we're fascinated by this, or we think we can turn it over to machines when they can't match human beings? There is a point with this stuff that gets to be a bit both ridiculous and almost insulting. Now, yesterday, all the money, all the stuff aside from just AI, energy, et cetera, they talked about at this summit. That is good stuff. We do have to compete with the Chinese. We don't want an AI gap. I get it. All right. So today they vote on PBS, NPR. And in doing that, we're going to see everything pulled out. So they go to the Pittsburgh guy. Now, you know that Mr. Rogers came out of PBS in Pittsburgh. They're trying to wrap themselves in Mr. Rogers. And the head of the Pittsburgh station says, yeah, we're just being punished here because we fairly report on President Trump. No, PBS and NPR, we're coming after you because your snootiness and your progressivism both mixed together for the last, 30, 40, or 50 years are obnoxious. You're not unbiased, NPR particularly. You don't have enough voices. You're not diverse. Why should the American taxpayer pay for this? Go on the open market, get your donors, and then you can spew your biases. I mean, talk radio, we're obvious. We don't hide behind it. I'm a conservative. You can take that in any way that you want. They will not own up to the fact of the biases. I think of the people they routinely put on lectures with John Meacham. Historians that are all biased. It's a constant flow of that. They're more civil about it than, say, an MSNBC. Why should they be supported? Now they're telling us people will not know about natural disasters if there are cutbacks here to NPR and PBS. I think NPR is worse, but PBS on issues like climate, any hot button issue, they'll say they're scientific. No, they're not. We know where they're going to end up. They might dress it up better. They might be more civil in how they go about it, but they're certainly not unbiased. And Mr. Rogers, as great as he was, can't be used as a shield to say they're saying he was all about kindness. And we're seeing cruelty here. That means Trump again. That's where we're going. All right, the raging debate today, too, and we should have E.J. Antonio on one of these days coming up. He's got a pretty good thing on Twitter explaining, and I think he's pretty neutral on that. He doesn't like Trump's tariff plan overall. But we did not see, tomorrow at 12:30, thank you. We did not see rising inflation here in any sense of the word. Now they're telling us about back-to-school sales. I hate the idea of back-to-school sales and stuff starting in July. Give it a rest. Come on. It's not till September. And how parents are going to be hit because of the Trump tariffs with back-to-school sales. They weren't perfect, the Trump tariffs. There was one indicator of inflation that was slightly up, but the overall indicators are good. And we're not seeing creeping inflation here. And these are the very same people who wouldn't call out any of this when Biden was murdering us with inflation. By the way, I got a lot to say today about the auto pen. And one of the reasons you can tell the media is in the tank, they're unserious. They're not serious. They're really unserious about the defense, saying that Comer signed some of the documents involved in this digitally. Well, that's not the same thing. We know that Comer is prosecuting the case around this. We know these are documents that back it up, that he's completely doing that. We don't know what Biden knew, who he pardoned. The only one he signed was Hunter Biden. Think about that. Why is Hunter Biden the only one he actually signed versus the thousands that are out there? And we have to do something. If it takes a constitutional amendment, I'm not giving anybody I'm sick of the pardons, be it Trump or anybody else. I'm sick of the pardons. You can change that constitutionally. We could limit it. Oh, you want a number? Yeah, I'll settle for a number then. So they think long and hard. They just can't pardon people. And again, I have some pardons that Trump made. The woman that was a drug kingpin, and Hannity and others are going nuts the first time when isn't that wonderful? Rehabilitated. No, she deserved to be in jail for 30 years. You're a drug kingpin. You're having people murdered. You stay in jail. All right, coming up, the attorney that we had on before, there's a break in the case of the big case that, well, in tangentially at least, Josh Shapiro is involved. We're going to speak with the attorney for the Greenberg family, who for, I believe it's 14 years, have labored to get someone to pay attention that their daughter was killed, that she didn't commit suicide. We'll let the attorney break it down. Hulu has a special coming up. Yes, it's reached ABC on this whole thing. All that with Dom straight ahead.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need CompuTrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
CompuTrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling CompuTrex.
Visit CompuTrex4U.com. That's CompuTrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and Elantras. Anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
The unsettled forecast continues with plenty of heat and humidity. Partly sunny today with a chance for some late day showers and storms, high up around 90 degrees. Tonight, muggy with shower and storm chances, especially early with a low 76. And for partly sunny, very hot and humid, some afternoon showers and storms possible with a high 94.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano's show. We spoke some time back. I remember it because I think it was on a Friday with Joseph Pedraza, who is the attorney for the Greenbergs. He's a partner with Lamb McErlane PC, representing Ellen Greenberg and Joshua and Sandra Greenberg. And I went back, and it's hard to believe how long ago this case happened. When we spoke with him, I think it was around the time that a pathologist reversed the report essentially from suicide to opening up foul play. And now Hulu, as part of their investigative series, is doing what I would say is a lot of work on this, a big special. I don't know if you call it a documentary. Let's go to Joseph here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joseph, welcome back. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for the invite.
So, Joseph, for listeners, and just want clarity, how long ago did this incident happen with Ellen Greenberg?
Well, it's 14 years ago, in January of 2011.
And I remember it at that point in talk radio. It was a sad story. Then there started to develop, hey, this doesn't seem right. You don't have a suicide in this manner, but we weren't pathologists. And then I think the pathologist said, no, it was a suicide. Then what happened?
Well, it took 5 years since I've been involved in this case, but we finally have changed it back to what should be a homicide, but certainly something other than suicide, based on the facts that we were able to bring out in litigation that we brought against the city in 2 different lawsuits.
Why would Hulu pick up this case, do you think? I mean, I read their documents and all that. There is a true crime. Of course, people love that kind of genre. It's all over the place. Specifically, though, out of the thousands of cases, why is it they chose this, do you think?
You know, Dom, this is a strange case in the sense that there has been so much resistance by the public officials and public authorities that this flags. And when confronted with really incontestable evidence that this could not be a suicide, nevertheless, the authorities continue to pump that theme even to today. It still remains a suicide on record, even though the pathologist who originally said it was a homicide, then changed it to suicide, recently in beginning of this year, signed a declaration saying, hey, you know what? Looking at all these facts, this should not be a suicide.
And then the name Josh Shapiro comes up. I wonder if Hulu has that interest. I believe he was the attorney general at that point. What would Josh Shapiro have to do with a Philadelphia case?
Well, the district attorney in Philadelphia had originally sent it up to the attorney general's office, claiming that there was a conflict. And that's the decision by the district attorney, and that was done. The attorney general's office then claimed to have done an investigation, and they claimed to corroborate that this was a suicide. Unfortunately, what the attorney general's office didn't tell the public was that at no time did the attorney general's office reach out to the Greenbergs, their representatives, their experts, or any of the evidence that the Greenbergs has put forward to show that this is not a suicide. And as far as the Greenbergs know, they really didn't do much, if any, of an investigation before they declared, hey, this is really a suicide.
And is there any appearance of a conflict of interest here in any way, shape, or form? I'm talking with the Attorney General's office.
Well, at the time it was raised by an actual outsider, raised that the then Attorney General, now President Governor, had perhaps a close relationship with Ellen's fiancé, Sam Goldberg. And this person claimed that the governor, then AG, had this personal relationship, and you had a question as to whether the Attorney General's office really should have been handling this matter or itself was conflicted. And right after that allegation was made, the Attorney General's office kicked the case away from the Attorney General's office and sent it back to another jurisdiction in Chester County for continuing of the investigation.
Yeah. Is this part of this series? Is Josh Shapiro, to your knowledge, will he be featured in it?
Well, I don't know for sure. I would suspect, however, that the producers were extremely thorough, and I would be sure that they reached out to the governor, asked for comment, and even probably asked for his direct participation, particularly since after the pathologist came back recently and said, hey, I was wrong. This is not a suicide. It should be changed. Unbelievably, thereafter, the governor came out and said, hey, there's this plethora of evidence out there that proves suicide that I'm aware of when I was the Attorney General, which shocked us all.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe. Let's drill down on that because as a layman, just someone who went to law school, I told you before, the things that you have talked about in a lot of interviews just don't add up to a suicide. What would you say is the most prominent thing for laymen where it's questionable based upon, is it the number of stabbings? Is it the angle? What's so questionable about it?
You really just need to know two things, Dom. One, when you reconstruct the stabbings from a physiological standpoint, you could not self-inflict every one of them. We proved by recreating it. The second thing is that the medical examiner's office actually found that one of the wounds was post-mortem. Now, what does that mean? It means it was inflicted after Ellen was dead.
Right.
And dead people do not self-inflict. Yeah. So those two things by themselves automatically rule out suicide and tell you that there had to be foul play.
So what is the path then? What do we need coming out of this, which will raise national attention, Joseph? What's needed to get to what? A new trial, an indictment? Is that what we're looking at?
What we're looking for right now, Dom, is really the civil course has been completed. What we're looking for is an investigatory agency to do a forthright investigation. Now, whether that's by the new Attorney General and the office under that new Attorney General, or the federal authorities, or the appointment of a prosecutor, a special prosecutor with investigatory powers, that's what we need right now. And if members of the public would support that, it would be great and a great help to the Greenberg family.
Absolutely. Do you know when this airs, the Hulu presentation?
My understanding is it should be in the beginning of fall, so I'm thinking it might be like a September, October period.
Okay. And Joseph, if people want to reach you for any reason connected to this, you never know, what do they do?
Well, they can just simply look me up in the or on the internet. It's P as in Paul, Odraza. I'm with Lamb Mackerlane. My number is always published, as well as my email. They can certainly reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to communicate with them.
Anything else, Joseph, you'd like to add that you think is front and center with this?
Well, what I would like to do is thank you, Dom, because if it wasn't for people like yourself and the other members of the media, I don't believe we would have gotten as far as we've gotten. And it truly is a testament of the First Amendment that it can make a difference, and it has made a difference in this case.
Well,
so thank you.
I would say the parents, this is good parenting, not letting up on this. And again, you know, we see so many cases, Joseph, so I didn't know early on. I didn't know until the pathologist, the one that reversed it, the fullness of this. I just remember the amount of the stabbing, and I remember the issues allegedly around one of her friends with this. But boy, 14 years to continue on this, and they're doing it with great people like you. They're doing it skillfully, professionally, I might add, despite their grief. That is what a parent should do.
Agreed. And thank you again for being a participant on your show today.
You're welcome, Joseph. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
All right. We'll get your response to that. 14 years. Every time he's on, I go back and look it up because I knew it was quite a while ago. But that is relentless. You know, I remember, Dan, we had on the mom. I guess it was the mom mainly. The guy that was stabbed in that movie that I was interviewed for in Center City, and similar sort of stuff around that. That was more Krasner-esque. But Josh Shapiro's got...
That was Linda Skellinger.
Yeah, Linda Skellinger. He has a lot to answer for here. And that may be something that drew the attention of Hulu. I mean, 14 years and this change of heart, that probably drew them. But what drew them is that this guy has skated on this, has not given a full reckoning. I'm not saying he did anything that I know, but you heard what the attorney said as far as Shapiro. And when he runs for president, which he's doing, all this is going to come up again. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with a snake, a human snake, someone snake-like. Dan, we didn't get yours. Do you have one?
Robert De Niro?
You think that's his number one quality, a snake? Okay.
If I were to cast a physical representation of a snake, I would cast Robert De Niro in a heartbeat.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Any particular quality that...
it's the snively nature of a lot of his characters. I think it's not. I hate to say it's not even the actor himself as much as I'd like to dunk on him. It's the characters he plays a lot of times. It just De Niro's characters as a whole. Snake.
Okay. So it can be fictional. It can be a character. It can be in a book. It can be whatever. I took off Brutus, Lucifer, and Machiavelli. All right. So hit us with someone that has that quality that you think snake right away when you see them or you listen to them or their persona or what they're doing. That's what we're looking for. 855-839-1210. So we'll see. 14 years. That is remarkable to have the resources and the drive to keep that going. The key fact that he said that always sticks with me, it's not even just the angle of attack, whatever, but they've proven that she was dead when one of these stabbings happened. So if that's established in court, you know that somebody killed her. I just remember when it first broke to knocking down the door, things of that nature. Just a remarkable story. And there is a connection there with Josh Shapiro that appears to be a conflict. Doesn't mean he did anything or didn't do anything. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, oh tender woman.
Is that from a Trump rally, part of that?
Yeah, he was talking about immigration.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying that often you'll take people in, and he's singing the snake song,
Yeah, the snake does what the snake is going to do. So could it be a real or a fictional character? I see one up there. I don't know that he's a snake, but we're looking for particular qualities here. If you want to get into the hat, you want to be a winner today, 855-839-1210. You heard the attorney for the Greenbergs, who really have gone all out. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we have Kim Ward, who's the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania, but a lot going on with Shapiro trying to stop Stacey Garrity from entering the race. They want to get old Doug in there. I wouldn't be surprised if they're spending money to pump up the crowd. They want Doug Mastriano to be in there. And I'm trying to get ahead of the curve. If Stacey decides not to run, to say, no, can't support him, that's it, I am not. It's too much to bear that we get put into these dilemmas. But I want to talk about President Trump saying, hey, you're not with him if you won't let Epstein go. Is it time for me to stop? You be a bit of a director here. Dan, is it time for me to stop talking about Epstein?
Oh, you don't want me to get into Epstein, man.
No, should I stop talking about
this whole thing?
Yeah.
No, we need to keep talking about it. Keep it in the headlines. This is complete asinine behavior from our president, to be quite honest.
Well, I'm in agreement with that, but I'm saying as far as people are tired of it.
Okay, all right. I don't know. Do you think people are tiring it? Because I think people want answers.
Yeah, I think they do.
I don't know if they're tiring on the, I think the tiring I feel is more so, let's just get damn answers. I'm tired of this being kind of kicked down the road over and over again.
Well, that was going to be my rebuttal. If we had a debate, somebody said it's tiring, boring, and Trump saying that, well, then just give us the answers and we'll go away.
Yes.
And Alan Dershowitz yesterday was kind of holding. His trousers were in a bit of a knot there about this. But he did say the stuff that they could put out there. President Trump has now said Pam Bondi can do what she wants on this. Now, that's unlikely. All right, so when you call in, just a simple yes or no. Is it move on time? I mean, every story has a move on time. I'd say the move on time is when something is released on this. Otherwise, Maxwell ought to be released from prison. Henry, you take calls too on this. What do you say?
I say you got to keep it going. Come on in. Keep that headline alive. Don't let the media gaslight you into thinking like, no, it's not a big deal. It's over. That was years ago. Keep it up. Keep it going.
Okay. Let's name the names then. Let me go through the list of who is on the side. Charlie Kirk, fraud.
Yeah. He's like, I got a call from Trump.
He got a call from Trump, and he's telling us the argument he's going to drop it. He's not talking about it anymore, no matter what. Megyn Kelly's on the plus side. Now, Megyn Kelly has been very complimentary of Trump, I think, and correctly, on all the things that are there. But she says, no, we got to continue on this. This is ridiculous.
I just can't believe there's a narrative out there of, because it's on YouTube. It's right. Brett says it's time to let Epstein go. It's gotten to the point now, Dom, where I am furious because a lot of my support for Trump comes from the drain the swamp narrative.
And this was a large part of it.
This is a huge part of it. Right. And now for him to essentially say, no, let's look the other way. And now we have supporters who voted for him based on draining the swamp also saying, we should probably move on. That is BS. If this were going the other way, man, we would want answers. We need answers. If we want to solve every issue we face as society currently, I think this is the string. This is the thread that if you pull it, the sweater starts to unravel. And the fact that he's covering this up now, I hate to say, in my eyes, that somewhat implicates the guy.
I don't think it implicates him.
I think it does.
I think it's arrogance, though.
No.
He's banking on the fact that Trump supporters...
Can I play what he said today?
Yeah.
Here's what he said today. Here
you
go, Henry.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen
It's
of
not
that?
the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, who has standing to talk about it? Obviously, Democrats are picking at it because they see the problem here. We don't want it to create that. He's referencing the Home Depot founder, and he's right. But if you can't get out of your own way on stuff like this and just put it to bed, it detracts from being a Mount Rushmore president. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. So we brought you Dershowitz. You heard him yesterday. O'Reilly. And these are people that are in the center of this. And you heard their take of where this goes. I can't figure out. I'm telling you, there is no sense of Trump being implicated in everything. You know, and I know, they would have used this forever before. It would have been over. So then why go down this path? And now it's becoming Trump. President Trump is basically saying, you know, you love all the things that I've done. This is a ride that has extended 10 years now. You're going to give me a pass on this. Are you, or do you want an answer? 855-839-1210. Be bold enough, though. Don't send YouTube an email. Call. We'll give you time. I'm not going to kill you if you differ. Does this deserve an answer, or is it small potatoes, move on to all the other things? I mean, we talk about that nonstop because they're true, and defend against Democrats whose only thing is to find fault and try to run it down. 855-839-1210.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails. It's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. We got the side question on, and the Epstein matter, moving on, President Trump continues to talk about it, indicating to me there's still tension around this. Does it just go away because you say it goes away? It has all the earmarks of the type of thing, we played you this, of going after the elites who get away with stuff. And obviously, this guy was doing this in plain view for years. We talked about it. It was beyond amazing. And now, all of a sudden, the implication is it's made up. It's a hoax. It's no hoax. Now, were these the Bill Clintons of the world and Bill Gates and all that? This has become more difficult to figure out. All I know is Maxwell is in jail for 20 years? And there's a reason for that. That's what this was about. She was convicted of that. I'm not going to go back and read the transcripts of that to know she was convicted. Alan Dershowitz yesterday saying, well, that was just bias discrimination here. Really? All right. So where does that leave us? Just ignore it and move on? No, where it leads us is not to ignore it, but also not to ignore the big things that are going on, the progress that we talked about early on, like that summit yesterday, the amount of investment, things of that nature that are amazing. Certainly they have to be recognized, talked about, but then this is still there. Now this is cut 17. It's curious to me that Speaker Mike Johnson doing a Trump impersonation, youtube.com/1210WPHT, says, no, it's not time to move on. I'm surprised he got into this. Here's Speaker Mike Johnson.
I know that you do some amazing impersonations of Donald Trump. Can you do one for us?
No,
now?
I just hear his voice in my head when I'm relaying a conversation we've had. It comes out in his voice, you know. And,
What did he do? What did he say to you about the one big beautiful bill? Was there something?
Well, I'll do a quick story. So we were, when we named it, we were in the Oval Office. We were sitting in front of the Resolute desk. He's at the desk, and Thune was here, and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means chair, and I think JD was there, and other staffers. And the president said, "What are we going to name? What are we going to call it?" And Jason Smith says, "Well, Sarah, we got a few great options. You know, these are clever acronyms." He goes, "No, I just think we call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. Don't you think? Don't you think that's great? That's so simple. It's great." And he passed it around to us on a piece of paper in big bold font. One Big Beautiful Bill. And he goes, "Now, can we put an exclamation point?" I said, "Sir, so, no, we can't do an exclamation point. That's not a thing in legislation, you know."
Oh, well, put a lot of exclamation points. So surprising that Johnson, in doing that, then yesterday talked about, no, this is not over yet, and we should get to the bottom of it. All right, so when you call in, we'll get you on the side question. Just a simple up and down. What's the shelf life on this? Look, something else will break out of this. Somebody else will be a player, will say something. This doesn't go away easily, and it's true. Democrats are trying to stoke this up. I'm not even going to play it, but you have the Democrat Goldman from New York, one of the worst, saying, well, reporters are saying there are pictures of Trump with topless women in here, or photos or videos or something. Well, there might be. So what? They're not underage. If it's not one of those things, and Trump's in there with some women that are topless, is America going to say, oh, man, that's it for Trump? No, we have to impeach him over that, topless women. No. So they are taking shots because they see an opportunity here among MAGA people where there's a difference of opinion. I don't think it's distracting from supporting any number of things that are going on that are major. Let's go to Leslie in Bryn Mawr. Leslie's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Leslie, is it time to move on?
Yes.
It is. Based on what?
Yes. Based on that this story is the JFK, who shot JFK of today. And the press loves these slimy, sex-ridden stories and offered just enough innuendo to keep people guessing and conspiracy theories to form. And he did kill himself, and Maxwell is in prison for sex trafficking. And if you recall, this was Epstein's third strike.
Yeah,
So
but
he
wait a minute.
knew-
Maxwell's there, but we don't know who the clients are. We shouldn't be questioning that. I do believe he did kill himself. I agree with you, but why she imprisoned him? Who were the clients?
Epstein was the client.
No, but I mean, who were the clients at Epstein? Oh, she was just trafficking young women to Epstein. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
All right, and all those people on planes.
And then others, that
Okay.
are a little of questionable character. Probably, he probably talked about it, and they were like, I'd like to get in on that or whatever. And so there could be some additional, Epstein ran in a very high elitist crowd,
exactly.
money crowd.
Yeah.
And so there could be some people that, Prince Andrew obviously was involved. But I don't think the guy's awful, and he's dead, and good riddance. And I'm glad Maxwell's in jail because she lured these young girls into this trap, and that's disgusting. And she deserves every day that she spends in prison. But the press also loves the innuendo that's out there, and everybody's now trying to fill in those holes.
Well, I think the simplest way is to release the material using, we don't want to defame somebody who just knew the guy. That's what Eben Dershowitz said to do. And I think that's the way to go on this. All right, Leslie.
Well,
go ahead.
that would be okay. I'm okay if they go ahead and put it out there, and I think that they will. But I think again, people will be greatly disappointed, and the conspiracy will continue that information is being withheld.
I must say, this is incredibly disappointing to hear, Leslie.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
My comrade, Dan.
No, I say that because you're one of the people that was one of the strongest proponents of Save America. And Leslie, I'll ask you, who are we saving America from then? Or who are we draining the swamp from? And what was the entire point of, and I hate to say this, but there's so much anger and frustration that led to people storming the Capitol because of what?
Well, I think there are other things. I
want Leslie. Okay, either answer. Yeah. That's fine. This is gaslighting to 100,000th degree.
I see now. I think
we won it over an entire.
I think the press and nefarious characters use these type of stories. Biden's laptop. Hunter Biden's laptop.
Leslie, is Trump then a nefarious character because he used this story to win over a ton of moderates and a ton of Bernie bros to come vote for him in 2016?
Using the Epstein case?
Drain the swamp, yeah, this elitism.
The elites, the elites.
But draining the swamp in the Epstein case, Epstein's a piece of the swamp. It's not
okay, so why are we turning our blind eye to that and essentially saying we should brush that under the rug, let's move on to other things because Trump is saying it? We're essentially becoming propagandists for a man here because he wants us to turn a blind eye to something that he essentially sold us. Leslie?
Okay, I don't think, like I said, I want it to come out.
Okay.
But I don't want it to keep going on and on and on. I think
just release the files.
All right.
I think it's the gaslighting of the press gaslighting the public.
All right, Leslie, give me your side.
Well, I mentioned to Henry, do you think it was coincidence that the criminal charges against Adam Schiff came out on Snake Day?
All right, Adam Schiff, pencil neck. That's a good snake start. All right, that's what we're looking for, National Snake Day. Think of somebody really conniving, somebody who either real or fictional, rather than just someone you don't like, would be good. But Schiff, yeah, it's got every quality. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. Again, for me, I don't see Trump involvement in this. Would it come out? New York, Bragg, and other people would have done that. It's not that. It's hard to pin down why this is made an exception. You heard Dershowitz, you heard O'Reilly, more inside that. Okay, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line at 1:30. We're going to talk with the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania, all the stuff that's bubbling up here around the governor's race. I don't know if she'll say it, but they've moved up tremendously to September when they're going to endorse. But I don't know who they'll endorse if Stacey Garrity doesn't run. Maybe they think she's going to run. I do. But if she doesn't, they're not going to endorse Doug Mastriano. I have to drop out of the whole thing. I could never endorse Doug Mastriano. I don't care who he's running against pretty much. I'd have to think of the worst, let's see, Mandani and Doug Mastriano. Oh, God, stop it. Talk about a Hobson choice here. That's how bad he is. And we went through this before. So maybe they know, and maybe they believe it's Stacey Garrity, which, if it is, it's going to be a heck of a fight here. All right, but it would get you in on the Epstein thing. And if you think it's time to move on, what's the reason for it here? When there are ways to release more material. Now, I know there are people that will be still unsatisfied, that's always the case with any of these things. But this was brought to a head. This was talked about forever in talk radio. Why? Because this guy was doing this stuff in plain public view and getting away with it. What was the reason he got away with it that long? And then who were the people that got away with it that were going to Epstein Island? I mean, I think this is a core of MAGA. The elites, the swamp, the elites getting away with stuff. It's not the only thing. There's any number of other people. Hillary Clinton, constant one. You can name, was Bill Clinton involved? Maybe, maybe not. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Coming up, too, an update, a study out that was sent to me. Are 2 license plates better than 1? What's the reason for the license plate? The guy who did the study says more revenue. Well, is that a reason to do it? And in my calculation, I think this Katie Muth is fairly close to getting this passed. I think people have known about this a little bit, and I think they're on board. They like the idea, elected officials. I think if people talk with them, though, it's more evenly split. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
One of our great widows from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation is the legendary Stephanie Mack.
There is a very high probability that both you and Nick will beat me on Sunday.
I've been training, Mac. I'm all over this.
Here's what we'll do, Steph. We can ride in a group, like a pack. We'll call it the Mac Pack. We'll grab some Uncrustables at the first stop, and we'll have a good old time.
Friendly wager, Steph. Who will finish first, Stalker or Mac?
I got a 25 spot on Mac beating Stalker.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Pretty good snake like Michael Cohen, the fixer, and the stuff that he's gone through. Julie Kelly we've had on many times, the big investigative reporter. Her take on this, I'm giving you all sides of this, is you will not satisfy people if we go down this rabbit hole with Epstein. Well, that's true. That's part of the problem on this. But that doesn't mean this is sufficient, what we've gotten. In other words, there's some people that are not going to be satisfied unless they see Bill Gates in handcuffs and Clinton and Prince Andrew and what's the name? Stephen Hawkins, I guess. That part's true. But does that mean we don't give a reasonable sense of what happened here? Julie Kelly is probably the top investigative. I'm giving you how amazing the story amazes me for this reason. There are people that we bring on that we like and respect on all sides of it. All right, Tom Fitton is on the other side from Judicial Watch saying, yeah, you got to get to the bottom of this. You got to give us more on this. You got to explain it better. So do we say you're not going to satisfy people, just move on? Now, this was brought to a head constantly. We're going to get the elites, drain the swamp. This is a biggie. This guy for years got away with it. I do believe he killed himself. I'm not a guy who thinks he was killed. But the rest of this, how is she in jail then? I don't think Pam Bondi's going to move forward with anything else. I think they're just going to see where this goes. And if you're a Charlie Kirk, guys like this who have fueled this and railed against this, how do you say I'm just stopping to talk about it? In the end, you just got to trust in Trump. That's what this comes down to. Why would this be the one area where you say, just give it a pass? It's not sufficient. But again, guys like Goldman, the representative, well, there are pictures of Trump with topless women. Yeah. America's already gone through that. We've gone through this several times right in the beginning, and that was not an impediment to be president. In fact, it might be a plus. And they would have gone after this a million times. So it is in the field of unexplainable why we're not going to do better on this. But I think you just can't throw up your hands because it pleases people. And because Democrats, I wouldn't even say Democrats are all over this yet. Some of them are trying on it. They see something here. But I don't think they're all over it. I don't think they really believe that this is going to work. This is going to really ding Trump up. Yeah. All right, let's go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today, man. This is a great discussion. It really is. There's a couple things that are standing out to me because I already said what I thought about it, and I'm ready to move on, although I'm not happy about it. But the media is playing this very oddly, Dom. You would think that they would be slamming, saying he's in it, just like they always have. But every time the left-wing media starts a story about this, it starts out with Republicans are not happy with how Trump is handling this. They're not making any accusations. They're just trying to play the political end of it to try to drive a wedge between us. I really hear Dan, okay? And 30 years ago, I would have been solidly in his court. But I think that you get older and a little bit of the idealism tends to fade away and you start to get a better grasp of the real world.
You become complacent?
No, I wouldn't say complacent.
Well,
I think it's like you kind of no, Dan, please don't put words in my mouth. You kind of throw your hands up in the air because you realize that there's always going to be things that we're not being told. I want this to come out. Nobody wants this to come out more than me. But if it doesn't come out, I do not. Dan, I'm seeing things that a president's doing that I haven't seen and I've been praying for 40 years.
But Robert, let me intervene with me. I see the same things here. I'm not saying this is going to tear those things down, or I'm more in the role that I have, kind of confused why we're not doing better with this. I don't see the conspiracy here. So why are we, and maybe Dershowitz and O'Reilly kind of joining together, give a partial answer. Nobody has a good answer of what the reason is. Obviously, Trump, I don't see his involvement. It would have come out a million years ago. He's too cagey to ever get involved with a guy like in this manner. So it's got to be something else.
He threw him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, it's got to be something else, but it's hard to believe that we got into this.
I told you, I think, and it's just my opinion, I think he's protecting Israel and Mossad. And you know what, Dom? I'm not even going to get that mad about that, because on the global stage, there are bigger fish to fry than what's going on with this whack job Epstein. Okay, I hear Dan, but I'm living in the real world, and I want to move on and get these things done. That's all.
All right, who's your person that's snake-like?
I'm going to go with Hillary Clinton, because she is always involved in things while she's going to black churches talking about how wonderful her agenda is. But, I mean, I saw a meme on X where her and Bill are writing a suicide letter for Ghislaine, that kind of thing. I mean, she's always never 3 steps away from the crap that goes on in Washington, D.C. And I think that she's earned that title, but I know you're not big on political answers. But I love kicking this around with you guys, I can tell you that. And you guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Well, that's what we're here for. I mean, you know, this is not a choir singing from the same page book. And what I'm saying is it's curious that we're being told to move on. And this is for, I haven't seen what Hannity's done. The people that I've seen do a good job of this, Megyn Kelly is completely supportive up and down the line now. She and Trump have reached a good place. And she talks, she's credible, how big the accomplishments are. Some of this Pam Bondi got ahead of herself, too, for whatever reason, by putting stuff out there and saying stuff that maybe she didn't have too much on. Then you have Bongino, who made a career, or partially a career, I like Dan, so I'll say that, out of conspiracies like this. And I don't think he has stood down. Why hasn't he stood down? What does he see there that went on with this? Same thing I've seen. How did this guy get away with this? And now at the end of the trail, we're told, well, that's all there is, folks. Just move on. And I tell you, over the years in talk radio, how many people told me the one thing they want are answers, closing the book on something. Sometimes that's very difficult to do. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. You don't think we have time, Dan?
No, I wanted to jump in there to reply, but I didn't really have an opportunity to, because it's incredibly frustrating that we're all about draining the swamp until what Robert said, reading between the lines, and I hate to put words in his mouth, but we're going to turn a blind eye to everything that we were bitching and moaning about because Trump's done a good job.
I don't know that Robert is saying that exactly.
And essentially it was, let's become complacent, and no one's ever going to change it. And my thing is, yes, you know what? I hate to say, I'm sad to say that, you know, the establishment's probably never going to be changed. And I hate to say that, but I'm not going to join the team of fighting to protect the establishment, and that's what we're being told to do right now.
I don't even know it's the establishment that I'd put it that way. So, okay, I'm not sure exactly who we're protecting. If I knew that, I could give you a better answer about why we're doing it. We'll get O'Reilly back on again. We won't move off it. But again, look at what we talk about mainly. We talk about the things that Trump's involved in. The Lewis Powell thing today, we'll play that a little bit on, spook the markets a little bit, but they're back. But coming up, we're going to talk with a woman who really is a powerhouse in Pennsylvania, Kim Ward, and what she thinks about another woman in the governor's race, Stacey Garrity, among other things. She was at the summit yesterday around energy and AI. Look, I differ on AI. You don't have to genuflect to AI here. I am worried about AI. I'm not just going to tell you everybody in the world is going to be better off with AI. I think there's going to be tremendous dislocation with it. Are we ready for that? Kim Ward, president of the Senate in Pennsylvania, next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The unsettled forecast continues with plenty of heat and humidity. Partly sunny today with a chance for some late-day showers and storms, high up around 90 degrees. Tonight, muggy with shower and storm chances, especially early with a low 76. And for partly sunny, very hot and humid. Some afternoon showers and storms possible with a high 94.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, one other thing to note on this, interesting. President Trump did an interview with John Solomon, and Trump apparently said he supports a deep state special prosecutor, which would include an investigation into Epstein. All right, can they appoint? I gave you that as an answer on Monday. Would that be just punning, or would it be something meaningful to appoint a special prosecutor around this? And again, there are people that will never be satisfied on this, will not close the book, just like all these conspiracies. But I deem this not sufficient yet. I'll tell you when I think it's sufficient, that they've answered what they can answer. Is there some geopolitical thing here so explosive it's not worth it? I'm not taking anybody's word for that. Not taking anybody's word on that. You know, how would we know that? I think more has to be put out there, can be done carefully. We'll see. But I know Solomon, and the interview should be up. We'll play that if when we get that, about Trump talking about deep state special prosecutor. Well, Epstein certainly seems to be a candidate for deep state. All right, we will talk in a moment. I know she's running a bit behind with the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania. A lot of stuff Always gives us the very best stuff. Let me go to Joe in Columbus. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. I told Dan I was not going to call today, but you shook me out of the woodwork because there's so much going on. There's so much going on with this. But if we were to believe, like we all bragged, that Donald Trump could walk, chew gum at the same time, sleep 4 hours, and play 4D chess, he could put more effort into this. And not to subtract from you yesterday with your guest, but I thought Dershowitz laid a turd.
Okay.
He really did.
All right.
Because, I mean, he had people. He had a list. He had names. He was under client confidentiality. And yesterday, all he was able to say was, Epstein was selfish, and he kept the 14-year-old girls to himself. If you knew that much detail, Mr. Dershowitz, you knew a heck of a lot more. And you're saying there's nothing else there. I don't buy it.
Well, what his major contention is, and there's evidence of this, 2 judges in New York are the ones you'd have to go to open up some of this stuff.
Well, there's only one way to get this off the table, Dom, and Trump failed. He's failing right now. You know, he can't believe we're talking about it. He's got to understand we're still talking about it for a darn good reason. It hasn't been satisfied. And
well, I agree, not sufficient. But Joe, here's what he's banking on. He's banking on the personal loyalty and the idea that he knows best, and he's got to juggle something big in here versus something small in his mind, Epstein, that people will just go along with it. That's why it's good to hear you say that, because too many people just go along with it.
Well, the guy instilled upon us, first of all, transparency. Number one, transparency. We bought into it.
Right.
But he has a work ethic that nobody in this world could fathom. And, you know, we've said it as such. Go for it. Put the right people on it. But get it out of here. Just get it out of here. You haven't done that yet. And that's the disappointment that I'm feeling. You know, maybe there's somebody on that list that somebody told him, hey, you don't want to open this can of worms because there's somebody near and dear to your heart that screwed up and went to that island. It could be something as simple as that.
Yeah, if it is, it's like, oh, well, you know, that's not our problem. This is what his driving force has been correctly on so many issues, Joe. We could do a show. I was even thinking about it on Twitter. The top 100 things he promised and he did, it would be overwhelming. He's got to deliver on this in some way. Joe, who's your snake, Joe?
Well, one more thing. My Achilles heel is I always had a soft spot for the unprotected.
Yes.
You know, I was the idiot school playground that picked on the bully who was picking on the kid who couldn't defend himself. And I wasn't a big guy, but, you know, we need to do that for our children. My side answer, and I don't expect to win on this, but I had to get it out there because she's so reptilian in her actions and her physical attributes, because she comes out of her nest at just the right times, is Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you. It's the 3 names, and I told you the green room. I was on the Lou Dobbs show with her once. It was quite a battle. You know, we were up there in New York. Joining us is Senate President pro tempore, the one and only Kim Ward, back with us here in Philadelphia. Senate President Ward, welcome back, Kim. Thank you for joining us.
I'm so happy to be on with you, Dom.
Well, you are at the center of so many things that we care about. First, the Senate, the summit yesterday. Were you on a panel, or what's your biggest takeaway with all the money that came in, promised, and the energy coming to Pennsylvania? What's your takeaway?
So, yes, number one, I was on a panel. I thought it was really amazing how many CEOs and companies were there yesterday for this summit. I've never seen anything like it. And my whole takeaway at the base of all of it is, if President Trump isn't president, this doesn't happen, because we're still going to be trying to, fly our airplanes with windmills. So, the fact that President Trump won Pennsylvania, we have the second most gas in the entire country. I mean, we can fuel our nation and help our national defense, but we haven't really been able People have not been able. Companies don't want to come in here because, Joe Biden closed off all the pipelines. So this would not be happening. We have the natural gas to power AI. We can use all of the energy sources, but we have to stop demonizing and trying to tax, as in what the governor is doing with the Regional Green Gas House Initiative. We need to stop doing that to our most reliable, abundant energy.
Yeah, I would put it this way.
We're going to be open for business.
I would put it this way. These guys are some of the shrewdest, smartest people, and they're afraid, and you and I share this with them, they know that Shapiro is a chameleon with the average person, but to people that really take a look at what he actually does, like what you just mentioned, you got to watch out for this guy. Whatever he says, you come here and stake billions of dollars down. What might he do on a dime?
Well, what might he do that will either help or not hurt his true ambition, which is to run for president and be president?
Exactly. Now, let's talk governor's race a little bit here. We're talking with Kim Ward. I'm a fan of Stacey Garrity. How could you not be? Military background, the rural background, the stuff she's done as treasurer. The building trades, though, have sent a message to her, and Republican women are kind of amazed at this. They find it's intimidating that if she does run, then she's dead to them. What can you tell us about what's going on with that?
Well, another LIUNA, the other big, the labor union, they came out in support of Josh and not her. That's okay. But the release that was done by the head of the trade unions in Philly was just demeaning and insulting and meant to intimidate her from running because they don't want to run against her for all those reasons you just said, right? She would be a great candidate. I love her. She's strong. She will fight. She will fight. She is not a wallflower, and she's smart. If I was Josh Shapiro, I wouldn't want to run against her either. So he has his allies out there, his third-party mouthpieces, trying to keep her out of the race. But she's not going to back down. She's not going to back down.
Well, yes, and I think hopefully sooner rather than later she'll announce. And you guys, the leadership, Greg Rothman and others like you, I think, have sensed what happened the last time. And as we understand it, way ahead of what you did the last time, the GOP will endorse in September?
Absolutely. We need to endorse. I don't know if they'll do it in September, but without an endorsement, we have exactly what happened last time. We have a free-for-all. And look, the state party, the members of the state party, they were elected on the ballot. They are representative of the people that elected them, just like I am. I go and make votes, and I'm voting on behalf of the people who put me there. So are the state party members. And without those folks to help weed out, a ticket, you can have 8 people on a ticket again. Without those folks who are on the inside and know these people the best, helping us along, then, we're going to get into that same situation, and we can't have that.
No, absolutely. I don't want to draw you into, look, the guy is likable, but I saw the problem that was going to result the last time. I thought there were 2 or 3 guys there I definitely supported. Doug wasn't not one of them, and I see it as a disaster. We know what would happen if we go through with a candidate like that. I just don't believe, Kim, that you could be against the 3 exceptions around abortion and win in Pennsylvania. I mean, you could have a lot of different positions there. I'm pro-life, but if that's your position, you're not going to win in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's we need to make sure that when we put a candidate up this for next year, that candidate is able to get moderate voters. They're able to pull Democrats across the line and into our column.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very, very important, those are very important attributes for a candidate, because no matter how much we love, maybe we love another candidate, the end of the day, our goal is to win the governorship. That's our goal. It's not a popularity contest for who we like the best. They're the nicest. They've got the best ideas. They have to be able to pull in moderate voters. And when I say moderate voters, that includes the moderate Republicans around Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
Because not every Republican is a conservative.
Let's talk about the budget. We see that the House side, my God, $50 billion plus, $2.9 billion more, and no way of paying for that. So that's dead on arrival. But what's holding up the budget? Is it stuff like this, or is it something else?
So, we were kind of waiting. We were waiting to see what the federal government did with some of the issues. And now we know what the federal government did with these issues. And now we just have to try to hammer it out. We're just not going to. And something that I think that the governor or the Democrat leadership forgets is we're a split government. You want us to give you things that you want. We need things too. And we need to hold tight on that. We are 1/3 of this government. So that number is too high. And I don't think they can do anything. They're not willing to give anything. We'll see.
Now, you are...
I think the back and forth will start.
You are very much a pro-choice, school choice person. It came up during the last time I spoke with you. It was authentic. We weren't even talking about it, and I could tell the passion you have for that. And my listeners know, in the big, beautiful bill, there are billions of dollars, thanks to Dave McCormick, was one of the people. All we need, though, is the Pennsylvania governor to sign off on that. Your thoughts, will Josh Shapiro do that so that at least some parents can make a choice?
I do not believe he will do that unless Matt Bradford tells him it's okay to do that. I believe he won't. If you look at what he did last time, saying he was for it, Matt Bradford said you have to blue line it, and then he did. So, unless he's willing to stand up and fight a little bit for it, do what he needs to do with Bradford, I don't think he will.
Wow.
Bradford he's a strong personality.
If that's the case, I mean, this is money that's not taken away, as you know, from the public schools. It's in there. We contribute. You can contribute, $1,700. You take it off your federal income tax then. It's like gold given to parents in Pennsylvania. If he does that and we can't use that in the upcoming election, something's wrong in Pennsylvania.
Well, this is an issue that's important to me, especially, these kids that have no money and these kids that are in a failing school. We need to help them get out. However we do that, we need to do that. And I personally don't understand any of the members from Philadelphia who represent those poor kids that are trapped in those schools, not jumping up and down and saying, yes, we want this. I mean, I believe Jordan Harris went to a charter school. He went to a different school. Why would he not want to help others?
Yeah, that is the question. Thank you. And anytime soon, you're going to be in Philadelphia. We hear that all the time. We want to meet you and have you in studio anytime soon.
All right. Well, I don't. I'll have to look. My calendar, somebody else keeps it, so okay. I'll have to look. I just wake up and do what's on it.
All right.
So, all righty.
Thank you, Senate President.
Anytime.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Kim Ward. All right, there you go. She thinks, Dan, you're in this, that Josh Shapiro might not sign it. Wow. And I think our listeners know in the big, beautiful bill, McCormick was one. There's several people involved. This is money that doesn't take away from the public schools. All it is people can decide to donate $1,700 to these nonprofits that put out the scholarships, and then they take it off their federal income tax. That's all that it is. And she thinks he'd be under so much pressure that he wouldn't do it. Wow. Can't beat this guy. Look, he's not invincible. That's the first thing you have to realize with Shapiro. I mean, I give him credit. He's a chameleon. He's a weasel, big time, but he's not unbeatable. All right, final part of the hour coming up. Don't forget, by the way, today, Dom's Money Melody, we have tickets for the Dave Matthews Band at around 2:13. 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Let me throw a name into the ring. And look, I'm not saying that I agree with everything with General Flynn, but General Flynn was a guy who was sacrificed by the fact that we had the wrong attorney general in there with Sessions, if you remember, all that went on with that. And General Flynn suffered greatly for the cause. Michael Flynn. Well, he just put up on Twitter, with respect toward President Trump, Flynn warned Trump that the issue is bigger than Epstein, arguing the country is headed for suicide and the deep state is winning, he says, when it comes to Epstein. I hesitate to write this, however, with the utmost respect and deference to you for all that you've withstood. Few know better than me what the deep state can do when they want to turn on a person. The Epstein affair, all in caps, is not about who killed him or if he committed suicide. Personally, I'm glad this known pedophile is dead. But neither is this a hoax. Flynn got a full pardon from Trump in 2020 following his pleading guilty to lying to the FBI about the communication with Russia. We remember all of that. He goes on to say this issue goes beyond all that. There are millions of Americans who overwhelmingly voted for you to be our president. We want you to be massively successful, no more than me. Personally, I still have a target on my forehead. I know that, like you, I still fight. He demanded people be held accountable while suggesting people inside the government could be involved in Epstein's crimes.
So the guy that was the target of the Russia hoax
right.
is saying now that this isn't Russia, and
he's saying not a hoax. That's exactly right. All right, here's a question, and you can hit me on Twitter or whatever. Oh, man, I have to put this up on Twitter and ask. I think we could get Michael Flynn on. Would you like to hear Michael Flynn? Yes or no? And given, and Dan, you're right here, this guy's almost unimpeachable as pro-Trump, as supportive, and as somebody.
You know why he's coming out and speaking, though?
Why do you think?
Because the people that pulled this crap off,
right?
The Russia stuff is the entire. I said last hour that there's a thread that needs to be pulled to unfurl entire sweater. Right. Epstein's the thread that will unfurl the entire sweater as to how something like Russia even happened. And I think Flynn wants, I think he wants answers here so he can be exonerated, essentially.
Okay. All right. So hit me on Twitter.
It's proof of the deep state.
Well, at Dom Show 1210. Look, there's, you cannot say this guy's disloyal. That's why I find this to be interesting, right? You can't go around impugning Flynn on something like this. No way. And is he right? Epstein, deep state, and all. His point of view, though, is saying, hey, nobody supported you. I took one for the team for you, et cetera. I'm glad I was pardoned. But the deep state, not a hoax. This isn't a hoax, what Epstein was doing, whatever it was. All right, Dan, I got so caught up in it. We're supposed to take a break, right?
Yeah, we're over.
Yeah, I saw this Flynn thing. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. Is he a credible guy in this? Nobody's definitive. You all have your own opinion. I do. Dan does. Henry might be even more neutral on this. But Michael Flynn has been the target of this. Does he have any sway with Trump to say, hey, you got to come forward more? 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody at 2:13 or so for a big prize. Dave Matthews Band tickets, all straight ahead.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back?
At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210, every day at 2:13, 2:14 or so. Dom's Money Melody today, big prize, July 22nd, 26th, a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. I'm sure Henry has something really cooked up for that today. Big prize, we'll have it tomorrow and also on Friday. All right, I just told you General Flynn. It's interesting. It's not the choir here, and here's a guy who knows the deep state, believes in that, was suffered through this with the whole Sessions thing, etc., and Russia, saying President Trump sincerely, I mean, do you think this guy has other motives? No, I don't think so. I think he sincerely believes Epstein equals deep state, equals elites, equals, there's got to be some way of coming forward with something more on this. All right? This is General Flynn. It's not some Democrat. It's not some of that. Is he some guy who's lost his marbles and he's aiding and abetting the Democrats? I don't think the Democrats are mounting much on this. It's an easy play. They never were concerned about Epstein. They were protecting, et cetera, for them to get into this. But there are credible people who see it a different way. I think it makes for more interesting talk radio rather than the drumbeat of the things that we're in agreement with. And it's not taken away from what Trump has done, just say, in the last 3 weeks. Here's another example. Matt Rooney at SaveJersey.com has a piece up. This is our first summer without Orsted or Atlantic Shore's offshore wind projects. They're gone. They're dead in the water, Save Jersey, as he writes. Southern Jersey Shore is enjoying the first summer in years without the active threat of offshore wind development hanging over residents, business owners, and tourists. President Trump celebrated that milestone on his Truth Social platform on Tuesday, Matt writes. And this is people like Jeff Andrew, President Trump, sure, people at Protect Our Shore, and listeners of Talk Radio 1210. The last 2-3 summers that we've been down the shore at Mulligan's, it's been kind of a staging ground to keep it alive. When those whales first started appearing, people were emotionally connected to this, and they fought in an Ocean City, a lot of people there. Robin Schaefer, our good friend, leading the charge, Mike Donahue, people like that. And we've beaten them on this. Doesn't mean they're still not out there somewhere. Mikey Sherrill is elected governor, ready to try to pounce again. But you got to celebrate the victories. This is the first summer without that looming in that manner is a good point. And Trump, following through with the material from Jeff Andrew, coming up with the executive order around this is big. All right, so 855-839-1210, you can get on board. The Michael Flynn on Twitter is, he's not a guy, he's not like Megyn Kelly, media, who knows, you can say whatever you want. He's a guy who suffered going through this. I'm not sure how he thinks Epstein is deep state other than was he working for a foreign government? I mean, that obviously could be a consideration. And if that gets revealed, then people are going to go nuts in connection with that. Well, that's where it lands. Let's say for a moment, and you know there's no bigger friend or supporter of Israel than I am. I'm a Zionist. I've said that many times. But if Epstein were involved with the Mossad in some way, shape, or form, and there's reliable evidence of that, we ought to know about that. We ought to have it out there. It doesn't mean we're not going to be the ally of Israel, but it does mean that we're going to look at that and see how that happened and prevent it from happening again. Is that why he was able to publicly go around untrammeled, seemingly, punches pulled? Not sure about that part. And if that's what it is, that's what it is. Okay? It should come out. It's not going to be the end of the world. Yes, there's anti-Semites out there. Tucker Carlson is way out of line with what he accuses Israel of. But if that's what was going on, that's what was going on. Is that the point of protection? It's almost exhausting trying to predict what the point of protection is here. Okay, 855-839-1210. I would offer Michael Flynn, though, as a guy who has served the country. You know the story if you follow talk radio. And the point he's making is this is guidance to his friend, to the person he supports. You have to take a look at this. This is, in his view, the deep state. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side, too. Somebody snake-like is what we're looking for here. And one little update. Boy, I had a lot of emails on this. The 2 license plate thing. Great debate. I think Katie Muth, the woman behind this, has gotten traction in Harrisburg. I still don't support it. A guy did a study on this, and he says at the beginning of the study, it's surprising how many drivers object to license plates on the front of their cars. And not surprising to me. We went through all the reasons why. Yeah, it's a balance, and you heard Pat Malloy on it yesterday. You've heard Dan on it. The balance is what it helps over here versus what the objections are. And what he comes out of with this study in the states that have him is that this increases revenue, meaning it increases revenue through the various either red light cameras, ticketing of one sort or another is what it comes down to. All right. Now, we had the argument, yeah, but it helps police too. There seems to be some evidence of that. In other words, they can see the license plate more clearly. In the study, they indicate the red light camera missed, I think, 8% of the time in some of the states that only had the rear license plate. I think this is coming up. And if whatever camp you're in, you ought to tell your local representative how you feel about it. I'll let you know when it starts to come up for a vote. I think it's massing in Harrisburg, too. And this study, I'm surprised the guy didn't realize, hey, there's a lot of people that object to this. All right? 855-839-1210. You get on board. General Flynn, though, is, talk radio circles, a guy that's honored because of the way he was taken out. And for him to acknowledge this with Epstein as part of the trail of this is pretty interesting. Bob in Jersey, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Don.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yep. Don, I'm old enough to remember Watergate, and I just keep finding parallels in my mind with the Epstein tapes. And I'll start with, it was a third-rate burglary, but the press and the Democrats smelled blood in the water, and they kept probing and probing and probing until they got what they were looking for. And I'm afraid if we don't address this correctly and timely, it's not going to go away. It's just not going to go away. And Trump's speech today, when he was saying, look at all the good things I've done, heaven forbid it reminded me of Nixon, your president's not a crook. That was the answer to the press asking him on the subject. So I just have a feeling if we don't stop this, because they're not going to stop, and like I think Dan mentioned earlier, just that thread is going to unravel the sweater. So, just an observation, but, I keep coming back to that.
All righty. Thank you, Bob. Thanks very much. There are people out there, what do they call the panicans? If you say something like he just said, you're a panican, stop it already. Come on. Guys like General Flynn out there, I'm not saying this is Watergate. There are big differences here. I don't think Trump's implicated in this in the way that Nixon was vis-a-vis what they set loose with G. Gordon Liddy and all that. But the repercussion is this is not easily going to go away. I mean, I can't imagine the motivation of Michael Flynn sitting there saying, yeah, I'll look like an ingrate. I got pardoned by Trump. I'm sure Trump's probably angry. I can understand that. Here's a guy pardoned, and the guy's telling him, yo, deep state with this. Can't let it go. Epstein is a figure. It depends upon how you want to see Epstein. You want to see him as a figure of the deep state? You want to see him as just some guy who's now dead? Well, seems like a lot of celebrated people were around him. We know what his crimes were. We know why Maxwell's in jail. And people want to know what happened here. Did people get away with stuff because they're connected at levels that are unbelievable? If he was working with the Mossad, it ought to come out. That is not going to change my view of all this. If it doesn't come out now and comes out later, then it's going to fester. All right, it is time, though, right now for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on July 25th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. We'll have them tomorrow and Friday also. Henry?
Yeah, Dom. So today we've been asking for that all-time snake, that all-time kind of backstabber. Nothing says getting backstabbed more than someone cheating on you in a relationship. The band Fleetwood Mac went through quite a few of those, I'd say, for sure. But it would be too easy if I were to just play, a Fleetwood Mac song. I mean, it's very recognizable sound, voice, the whole thing. So instead, I'm going to play you a cover of Fleetwood Mac. I want to know the band covering Fleetwood Mac here. Okay. Some notes about the band. Not as much turmoil as Fleetwood Mac, I'd say, but I will say their top hit song, not their one song, they have a few songs. Their top hit song about someone who is neither dead nor alive was the first music video in their home country to pass 1 billion views on YouTube.
Wow.
So I want this band covering Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, great voice from this band, too. I love this band, by the way.
All right, I think that's a pretty good cover, to put it mildly. Yes. Yeah. All right, hit us with that. You're off to Dave Matthews country. And jump in. Don't be afraid. You might say something. Oh, people are going to think you're disloyal or something. Is Michael Flynn a loyalist? I'd say yes. Is he right about Epstein? Well, that's a matter of debate. But that's when a guy like this jumps in, it should give us pause on it. All right, 855-839-1210.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's right. Covering today. Which band is covering this classic song? Here's the clue.
I got a feeling this one's going to be picked up very soon. Very quickly.
I'm betting 1 out of 1. I can sniff it coming through here. Let's go to Chuck in Westchester. All right, Chuck, we have confidence in you. Who's covering the song?
That would have to be the Cranberries, Dom.
All right, nicely played. Yeah, Henry, right out of the box. Usually you have 1 or 2 strikes here.
Yeah, no.
It's a tough one.
Today was tough. It was tough trying to conjure up a money melody. But no,
okay.
Their song Zombie, their music video, was the first Irish music video to hit 1 billion views on YouTube.
Chuck, enjoy Dave Matthews Band. Ticketmaster is where you can get your tickets July 26th over at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. All right, I just saw this during the break that RFK Jr. Apparently says within a year that we will see psychedelics. He's talking ecstasy, LSD, potentially.
Dom shows special? Dom tries ecstasy?
Yeah. I don't think so. I am the most anti-trying anything under any circumstance in any way, be it pharmaceuticals and or extracurriculars. But this is going to be interesting to see. Now, and the Maha movement, I don't know how they're playing it out with this. They're endorsing this for people that are stress disorders, depression, things of that nature. I thought we've studied this enough, particularly with LSD. Ecstasy, I'm not so sure what they've studied, but LSD, you're asking for rolling the dice here. That's Timothy Leary. Where is he today? Well, he's dead, but tune in, turn on, drop out. And the Maha movement is a little bit confusing. If it's about health, is this the way to go? Kennedy has said, and Marty McCary, our guy, he called the evaluation of these psychedelics and other psychedelics a top priority, announcing a slate of initiatives that could be used to accelerate their approval. One program promises to expedite drugs that serve the health interests of Americans by slashing their review time from 6 months or more to as little as 1 month. All right, I guess you can, I don't know. Marty, when we get you on testing LSD in 1 month, I'm not so sure that that's a good idea. We've said many times, though, RFK Jr. is the most consequential of the cabinet officials. There's no doubt. Also, he is making preliminary plans. There were stories yesterday to run again for president in 2028. You might be seeing that easily. Then if he loses, cut a deal with J.D. Vance or whoever it is to have some other role. He's the most consequential. This is stuff. Well, here's President Trump, in fact, today, and I thought this was a really interesting deal. This is the best of Trump. This is cut 18, youtube.com/1210WPHT. He issued a directive. He's tasked Robert Kennedy Jr. and HHS to take control of schools' special needs. Think of anybody in special ed and nutrition programs. Here's Trump.
And also, Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex, but that's going to be headed by and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out of the Department of Education, and then all we have to do is get the students to get guidance from the people that love them and cherish them, including their parents, by the way, who will be totally involved in their education, along with the boards and the governors and the states. And it's going to be a great situation. I guarantee that in a few years from now, I hope I'm going to be around to see it, but I think we're going to see a lot of it. I think that you're going to have tremendous results. You're going to have results like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of.
All right. I like Kennedy versus the Department of Education. But it's going to be interesting. Does that mean school lunches, nutrition? I think it does. That's going to be interesting. You know what a big lobby that is, how hard it is to stop big agriculture on that. And then the other part, the special ed part, is another big bureaucracy. So Kennedy is the most consequential of all these. I mean, the stuff he's doing is long lasting. The psychedelics thing, though, come on, Marty, 1 month? 1 month approval with LSD.
I mean, it sounds like we kind of got like a politics and pints replacement here. We got lawmakers on LSD.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, yes, instead of politics and pints, ecstasy and Dan. All right, 855-839-1210. We will give out free front license plates, too, at said event.
Don't be driving home from that event.
I can't believe that this guy that did the study, though, didn't think a lot of people would object to the front license plate. I mean, there's competing interest here. All right. I think people are fleeing the notion, though. They're going, hey, listen to this. Dom, come on now. Michael Flynn saying deep state, Mr. President, your enemy, my enemy, Epstein's part of that. It is. If it leads to the Mossad, oh, well, it leads to the Mossad. I'm as pro-Israel as anybody, but if it does, it does. So is the argument, nope, can't have that, got to protect that. If it comes out, we're covering it up because of that, because the Mossad was involved. That's not good. It plays into every conspiracy theorist out there. I don't know that for a fact. This is very hard to put a pin in it and say it's that. You heard Alan Dershowitz yesterday, Professor Dershowitz on this one. You know, he's got a lot of complication with the whole thing. He had to go through charges himself and back and forth. So very hard to get someone reliable. But Michael Flynn is somebody who has been through this. And certainly he is a huge proponent of President Trump. Why did he put this up on Twitter then? I don't see an ulterior motive. I think he's worried that this, I don't see it as Watergate. And I think Trump's base, I don't think any laws are broken here by what they're doing or anything like that. I think more than likely they see something big here that they think is not worth disclosing this. And they're testing how will the Trump base respond to this. Let's see. Let's go to Loretta in Washington Township. Yeah. Hey, Loretta, good afternoon.
Hi. What I said?
Yeah, go ahead, Loretta.
Yeah, I just said that the one thing I don't agree with Trump is he said yesterday he didn't understand what the big deal was about the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. What I'm upset about is the people that abuse the children are getting away with it. Anybody else that has abused a child is going to jail at the very least.
All right, here would be the counter. You're phrasing it perfectly, what people are concerned about. Loretta, I think what he's saying or suggesting is, well, there's no there. It was just Epstein and some people that we don't know. So why are we so concerned about that?
Yeah, well, I don't care. Whoever they were, then they need to be punished. So right. Epstein's dead. Giselle's in jail. Who else was there? They should be in jail too.
That's exactly the point. Thank you, Loretta. Thanks very much. Yeah, several people have articulated that too. The human part of this, of what was suffered here. Now, Dershowitz started to go astray yesterday a bit talking about he doesn't believe some of the stories of these now youngish women. So you see the complication here. Yeah, there are people saying, well, why, with what was done here, weren't other people punished, whoever they are? And why is Maxwell in jail? Is it solely she was getting young women for Epstein, not others? I don't know. I could go back and look at the transcript of the case of Maxwell, and I think there's evidence that there were others. Why are they not brought to justice? That's where we are. But Loretta's emotion on this is exactly where a lot of people are. And then you have elements of people like Michael Flynn saying deep state. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Get in on the side question, too. Simply that all-time snake in the grass, that all-time person who is snake-like. That's what we're looking for. All that straight ahead here with Dom. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure and cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer and unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The unsettled forecast continues with plenty of heat and humidity. Partly sunny today with a chance for some late day showers and storms, high up around 90 degrees. Tonight, muggy with shower and storm chances, especially early with a low 76. And for partly sunny, very hot and humid. Some afternoon showers and storms possible with a high 94.
At Piazza Volkswagen of Langhorne and Ardmore, get 2.9% financing for 60 months or a $3,500 customer bonus on the new 2025 Atlas. Visit PiazzaVW.com to explore inventory and schedule a test drive.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom, and Carrie Marie on Twitter says, come on, Dom, new research has found a way to take the part out of LSD that makes you trip, and the remaining part stimulates brain cell growth. There are many scientific articles online about this, though. Man.
Would you reconsider?
well, look.
Do you have to pitch a baseball game anytime soon?
Yeah, did he?
What's up, Doc?
Did Doc Ellis use LSD? I don't know. It was LSD.
Yeah, he was
it was LSD.
Yeah. Acid, LSD is the same thing.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is LSD. Wow. Yeah. Well, the guy with curlers in his hair in the bullpen and all, so he must have had unbelievable talent. I don't know how anybody wouldn't suspect that, though.
Well, he walked like 8 people in that game. He hit 7 people or something. Like, yeah, it was like one of the worst no-hitters ever, but he
Maybe that's the solution to breaking Zach Wheeler's routine. Is.
Yeah. So, you know what, Carrie Marie? I'll check. This is the worst of the Maha movement. In other words, trying to say, well, these, we're kind of short-sighted on LSD. Come on, Dr. Marty, we got to get you on this. A month to test that. On the other hand, you had people that have PTSD from the military, God knows what. So anything that's going to give them a shot to function better and break out of this, I think is worth taking a look at. But we can't be jumping into suddenly saying they took the bad part out of LSD.
That's
I don't
what's
see how
like
that's
tripping me up.
possible.
It's like, if you take the bad part out of LSD, is it not LSD anymore? Like, I'm not a chemist,
That's
but
right.
like you're changing something there.
Yeah,
so we're not
right.
legalizing LSD.
It's not LSD then.
I think the argument is that Big Pharma has largely diminished the benefits that some of these drugs might pose in fear that it might diminish their products in itself.
Oh, my goodness.
So a lot of Maha, though, I mean, RFK is, let's open up and study whether or not there are, like, who knows, because we're refusing to study LSD, what if there is a cure for cancer somewhere in LSD?
Okay, but the problem is, though, Dan, a month study from Marty of LSD?
I mean, you can't just study it overnight.
He's
gonna
dose a bunch and see if your cancer's cured.
Wait a minute.
You got to spend time on this.
Right. He's the one that said a month. Now, look, I'm all about cutting regulation. Why can't we get this? I'm all about right to try. I get that. But I don't know that a month is enough time to study LSD and these things. That, that seems...
You think you need more time?
Yeah, more time. Yes.
I thought you were just saying you just need like one bender to kind of figure out whether or not it works.
Yeah, and look, again, I realize tough things call for tough solutions here with people that suffer, and we're looking for a breakthrough. But you're also sending off a vibe, no problem with LSD now.
You are, yeah.
Yeah, to Henry's point, too, if you're taking out the part, Carrie Marie, that makes you trip, well, then it's not LSD anymore. So we ought to say we're taking the LSD out and we're taking the good part of LSD. But then what would that do? How ineffectual would that be? The tripping part, I think, is the part that would stimulate something. Oh, man. RFK Jr., the most consequential, without a doubt. All
so
right,
It may induce neuroplasticity and altered thought patterns, potentially alleviating symptoms for those who haven't responded to traditional treatments.
Okay.
LSD just I can't believe I'm saying the phrase LSD-assisted therapy.
But see, you didn't...
has shown promise in reducing anxiety and improving quality of life in patients facing terminal illness.
Right. Well, I'm on board with it. But you didn't grow up with Timothy Leary, and the whole idea we're all going to be tripping and everything's fine. It scares me to death even to talk about it. Just the mere idea. And you didn't, with people putting something in your drink. I don't know about LSD, but other things. Was a real thing. Oh, let's see what happens.
It doesn't make you trip, though. What's the matter if it's in your drink?
Yeah. It's Big Pharma and conspiracy. It's Conspiracy Wednesday and Thursday and Friday.
Right? This is a great show.
All right, maybe
we got Big Pharma
Epstein,
here.
We got LSD, we got that. Yeah.
What about those NJ drones? What happened to the New Jersey drones, Dom?
Now that's a conspiracy. I still I'm keeping that one alive.
Speaking
Whatever happened? Where did it go? Get Dawn Fantasia on, and I'm sure she's still looking at it.
Did you see I don't mean to bring you down this path, but the guy that was...
Of course you do, but go ahead. Yeah.
Speaking of conspiracies and the paranormal and such, there was a guy who was traveling the world with the famous Annabelle doll, or traveling the country, makes a tour stop over in Gettysburg over the weekend, and drops suddenly dead. People don't... There's no, Yeah.
Well, okay.
I mean, do you lend credence to haunted, dolls and such?
No,
because it kind of seems like there might be something going on here, Don.
I think you should be on 1 o'clock in the morning with Art Bell or whoever it is. It's the Art Bell of today with that. Dan, you'd be perfect because you're passionate on it. You live these. Let's go to Gary in Newtown or somewhere in Crazy Town. Hey, Gary, welcome in.
Good to talk to you guys today. I'm going to give you 2 names. You pick which rabbit hole you want to go. Jamie Raskin or Robert O'Neill.
Oh, Jamie Raskin I'd always go with as a weasel, yeah.
Jamie Raskin has adopted the Jeffrey Epstein, and he's all over the House floor. You can ask Jeff Andrew. He was in a committee with him yesterday.
Okay.
He railed on it for over 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's there. What do you mean? Michael Flynn, though, you know how difficult it's got to be for him to publicly put that out there?
I think your caller, the guy Bob, was it from Delco in New Jersey?
Yes.
He's the older gentleman. I believe him 100%, and I believe Dan 100%. This whole thing is the beginning of the unraveling of a big part of the deep state, and those are the people that are the influencers that we would call them today.
Well, we'll see. I don't see Trump covering up for them. I'm more in the camp of maybe Mossad here.
The other name I gave you was Robert O'Neill.
Right.
And Robert O'Neill is supposedly the man who shot Osama bin Laden.
Yes. Yeah, and he was asked whether he actually did. I'm aware of that. All right, Gary, who's your person that is snake-like?
I'm going to go with our Governor Josh Shapiro, who, by the way, has received $500,000 of funds from himself and another $120,000 of funds from somebody else who called in today with the owner of Odyssey, which would be...
All right, Gary, look, you know what? We can't... I can't possibly check on... When you talk about that, as much as antagonism I have to Shapiro, fair is fair. I got to know. I have to see it's documented on that. Okay. So I think we got you as your guy. Let's go to, let's see. Let's go. Oh, I see a good one here. Could be a winner at the end, snake-like. Let's go to Zenos on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Hello, Dom. How are you?
Good.
I just have a comment about PBS and the National Puke Radio.
Okay.
Did you ever listen, like on Friday nights, their weekend in review? Everybody on there is a left-wing lunatic. Their shows are, but I'm getting tired of watching them. And then they got commercials at the end of, at the half hour of regular commercials. I don't understand what their problem is. And now with the National Puke Radio, remember that with Steve Keeley was reporting all the news and everything, and that left-wing lunatic or that lady said that he shouldn't be reporting crime in Philadelphia? Then then what's his job? You understand what I mean? I'm getting tired of these.
Well, yeah, the whole tenor of it, I put it this way, Zenos. They think they can get away with it because they put on this proper civility around everything. They talk in muted tones, and then their bias is incredible, but they're not animated about it, and that appeals to people in the suburbs, apparently. You can say things that are completely biased, just don't be very animated or alive with it. That's their style. Zenos, who's your snake-like figure?
The snake-like was Cain. Cain and Abel. Remember last week when you had rivalries? That was not a rivalry. Cain had pure hatred for his brother. And that's why it was snake-like. It wasn't a rivalry because one was the worker of the fields and the other one was a shepherd. But God took favor to Abe.
Okay,
and he resented.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Not rivals. Cain just wants to kill you. Abel's just getting along. Hardly rivals. All right, it is the final roundup. I see. Let me give Sue a quick shot here, though, because this LSD thing's amazing. So, Sue, you're on the LSD thing. You think it's okay?
Well, it's not LSD. I just was watching a veteran who's in charge of this group.
Yes.
That's Veterans for Ibogaine. It's IBOGAINE.
Well, that's one. To be clear, that is one, but LSD is talked about here also.
Okay, I was just wondering if that's really what they're looking into, because they're trying to bring it before Congress to get it looked at, because there's centers all over outside the United States that it's like a one-time treatment, basically, that kind of cures them for a long period of time of PTSD and other things, not just for veterans, but for other depression and that kind of stuff.
I see the drug you're talking about. That's one of them, but LSD is also, and ecstasy was mentioned here.
Oh, well, Of course, they have to put the names that people know,
Thank you, Sue. Dan's got a following here of people coming through on this. All right, the lightning round next. I see an answer here that might be the all-time snake-like figure, 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, the number 4, the letter U.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. Lightning round. Henry came up with this one just driving, I think. It's never done before. Snake Light, World Snake Day. Let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. The TV character I'm thinking of, he was so big they shot him at the end of the season, and throughout the summer, all anybody wanted to talk about was who shot him, and when they finally revealed it in the next season, in the 5th episode, it was the highest-rated television show in history at the time, and I think it's still second all-time behind the MASH finale, and that is J.R. Ewing of the TV show Dallas.
Yes, talk about a snake-like figure. Who was the rival, too? Who was the other guy that always seemed to lose to him in the end?
Cliff Barnes.
Yeah, Cliff Barnes and Mary Ellen, yes.
Sue Ellen was his wife.
Sue Ellen's the wife, yeah. J.R. Ewing,
Yeah.
Larry Hegman. Great character.
Yep, unbelievable.
That's a good one. Thank you. The Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. Earl, what do you have? Earl, hold up just 1 second because I don't want to forget this one. Can we award a prize to Mike Opelka? Is he in for Rich today?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no,
he's driving and just wanted to text us.
He's driving. He nominated Matt Gaetz. Yeah. It's the sinister face. He has the facial. Great hair, though. I got to give him the hair. He gave us his hair tips. He said the tears of the former speaker were what he used to do his pompadour. Go ahead, Earl.
Cary Grant once did 100 doses of LSD with a clinical psychologist as part of treatment for his anxiety. You can look that up.
I'm sure Dan's writing that one down for future arguments here. Yes.
And you can make changes to drugs in order to change their effect because quinine used to be used for malaria, and then they changed it to chloroquine, and then they changed it to hydroxychloroquine. So you can make changes to the chemicals in order to make change the effect.
All right, and I still go with you. It's not LSD. But more on that tomorrow. We got to get a psychedelic expert on here. Go ahead, Earl. What's yours?
I can give you more explanation tomorrow. My answer is going to be James Earl Jones and Conan the Barbarian. He was Thulsa Doom. Not only was he the snake that cut off Conan's mother's head, he literally turned into an actual snake at the end of the film.
All right, that's pretty potent stuff. All right, we have to have a long discussion on this.
Especially with Earl. He seems like he might be an expert. This thing used to be like fungi related.
Yeah, I take Henry's point and I think it was a great point. Then it's not LSD, Earl. I don't care what you say. You take out the part that makes you trip. It's not LSD.
Yeah, literally.
That's it. You can't. My God, we're seeing a defense of LSD here.
Dom wants his LSD pure. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. We need purity in drugs. All right, Henry, why don't you start it off? This was yours. Who did you like?
Okay, so I liked Leslie and Bryn Mawr's answer of Adam Schiff. I thought it tied in well with the call or the question today. I like Zeno's in Upper Darby, the answer of Kane. I thought it was more of an appropriate use this time than last week. And then Scott and Mount Laurel, the J.R. Ewing.
Yeah,
I'm not
I thought
familiar with Dallas
JR's
too much, but
look up
like
the character.
call.
You'll see what. Call was good too. Dan.
I like Joe's, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Robert's Hillary Clinton, but I really do think that call with the JR was a good one as well.
Yeah, I like Scott's. J.R. Ewing, I think, is the epitome. Sorry, Mike. Matt Gaetz, you needed to get in earlier on that, Mike. Guy Shiraki won recently. I guess Mike could too. All right. Great stuff. We'll follow up on this LSD stuff, and we'll see tomorrow if there's less of Epstein or more deep state stuff. Again, bottom line on it. You're seeing people that are truly, on both sides, trying to parse this out. And when Michael Flynn brings up the deep state on it, I think that's something you really have to consider. All right, follow me on Twitter till tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich is next. Heck of a broadcast yesterday from the center of the action in Pittsburgh, where today we heard a lot of good stuff around the amount of money that's pledged. And even the Senate president was on the show talking about the CEOs that were there, kind of unprecedented. All right, so we see what Trump is doing. What's he going to do on Epstein? It's just part of the list, something that has to be taken care of, but sooner rather than later. Again, follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Rich Cioli Show is next. 4 big hours, all that here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you